Chapter 28:38. Even though his cultivation level had increased, and his mental energy had increased as well, far from what it used to be. The speed of his improvement was shocking, but it was still not enough to derive the passing light sword. The passing light sword seemed to be wrapped by an invisible force, and he could not derive any of it. It was already a rare opportunity to see the hilt, but it was impossible now. He reached into his robe and took out the destiny locket. Ever since he had the destiny locket, he felt that his luck was getting better and better. Many good things happened naturally. He was able to smoothly solve so many problems, and he was able to come back to life. When it came to life and death, a little bad luck would result in a different ending. He did not expect that he would not be able to defeat Miss Zhou, just like him and Li Feiyu, who had the destiny locket. He was like Li Feiyu, who had the destiny locket, but his cultivation level was not high enough, so he could not defeat him. Thinking about this, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Could it be that the destiny locket was also the misfortune locket? Would they share the same fate, and he would also fall into it? He quickly suppressed this thought. Even without the destiny locket, he would still have to face Miss Zhou, and the ending would be the same. Miss Zhou knew him so well. Would she know the secret of his life and death scripture? No one else knew about the life and death scripture, so she would not be able to see anything from the minds of the two women. Sun Mingwei and Lu Yurong were in her hands, but they did not seem to know that they were being tricked. They were cultivating leisurely. He was afraid that Miss Zhou had the ability to see through people's minds. His expression darkened. It was obvious that Miss Zhou also had a secret technique that allowed her to see through people's minds. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to control someone as powerful as Zhang Chonghuai. Without this insight, he would have been tricked long ago. He was extremely frustrated with this feeling. He wanted nothing more than to obtain the passing light sword and kill Miss Zhou with one strike, so that the world would not be in chaos. After a long while, he regained some of his spirit and continued to deduce, unwilling to give up. He had to deduce the passing light divine sword, or else he would really die. He should not hope that the life and death scripture would be able to save him. Miss Zhou would definitely think of a way to prevent him from coming back to life. He suddenly smiled. He could see the hilt of the sword in the haze. Just like last time, he could see the ancient patterns and the vicissitudes of life. The body of the sword appeared indistinctly. He looked surprised. It was actually a broken sword. Half of the sword had already been cut off, leaving only the other half. The other half of the sword was dull and smooth, without a single pattern. It was like an ice sculpture, clear and flawless. Chu Li was getting more and more amazed, and he could see it more clearly. The mist surrounding it seemed to be slowly dispersing, and the blade of the sword became clearer and clearer, allowing him to see it more vividly. His field of vision gradually expanded, from the hilt to the body of the sword, and then to the surroundings of the sword. He wanted to clearly see where it was and find it. However, it was in a pitch-black void, and there was nothing around it. Chu Li focused his attention on the body of the sword. He wanted to establish a connection with it, so that he could directly teleport over. Suddenly, he disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he appeared in a dark void, and there was a broken sword floating above the void. It was simple and unadorned, and he could not even sense a trace of strange power from it. It was like an ordinary broken sword. Back when he was deriving the passing light divine sword, just the sword hilt had almost caused him to collapse. He could not withstand the might of the sword hilt, and the strength of the passing light divine sword was evident. Now that his strength had increased, it was impossible for him not to feel the threat of the passing light divine sword. The more harmless it seemed, the more he was on guard. He approached it slowly, as if he was treading on thin ice. Just as his right palm was about to touch the passing light divine sword, he suddenly retreated. In the next moment, his position suddenly shone brightly, as if a sun had fallen into the night sky. Even though Chu Li felt that something was wrong and retreated, he still felt a scorching power invading his body. His blood seemed to have evaporated, and his internal organs were instantly charred. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted. He tried his best to stay awake and quickly teleported, wanting to leave this space. Unfortunately, his surroundings froze again, and his teleportation failed. He tried his best to teleport, but he could only teleport a foot away. Swoosh! A crack appeared and almost touched his body. He dodged this foot and narrowly avoided the crack. At this moment, his surroundings returned to darkness. The crack was very bright, like thunder in the night sky. Chuli trembled in fear when he saw it. He could feel the destructive power coming from the crack, and it was not inferior to the bright light from before. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Cracks appeared around him, enveloping his surroundings. He wandered between the cracks, and every time, he narrowly avoided them. It made him break out in a cold sweat, and he could be hit by the cracks at any time. Chuli's expression was solemn, and his eyes were bright. He focused all of his attention on sensing, and he could not care less about the pain in his body. At this moment, his body was almost charred, and his blood had almost evaporated. His internal organs were also dry and scorching, as if they had been roasted. Fortunately, there was an endless stream of spiritual energy to nourish his body, and he was slowly recovering. However, the recovery speed was very slow, as if there was an invisible force that was melting his spiritual energy and hindering his recovery. He had no time to be distracted, and by the time the cracks slowly disappeared, an hour had already passed. He opened his eyes and looked around. The void was dark and empty, but there was no sign of the passing light divine sword. It was as if it had never been there, and there were no traces left around. Chuli stood in the void, frowning as he pondered. The previous scene replayed in front of his eyes. He looked for clues, and, at the same time, he began to use the divine divination. He pondered as he performed the divination. Could this passing light divine sword be fake? However, the divine divination would not lie to him. The passing light divine sword was real, and the cracks that appeared must have been caused by the passing light divine sword. If he wanted to hold the passing light divine sword, he must be able to block these cracks. They must be the sword energy released by the passing light divine sword, and its power was indeed shocking. As expected of the passing light divine sword, if it did not have such power, it would not be worth so much effort to search for it. He must first subdue it. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and he once again captured the position of the passing light divine sword. The next moment, he disappeared and reappeared in a vast void. This time, there was a bright moon in the void, and the moonlight shone like silver radiance in the surroundings. Chuli stared intently at the broken sword that was suspended high up in the void as the mountains spread beneath his feet. This broken sword still did not feel threatening, and it was simple and unadorned. He was not in a hurry to get closer, and first looked around. The mountains and forests were the most ordinary. Within 100 miles, there were mountains and trees, and there was no other person. He did not know if there was anyone in this world. Chuli could only conclude one thing, and that was that this world was independent. He formed a seal with both hands, and first he used the cataclysmic seal, and then he slapped it toward the broken sword in the distance. Bang! A dull sound came from the void. The broken sword did not move an inch, but Chuli was sent flying by the shock at an incredible speed. His expression changed, and his surroundings were filled with cracks again. Chi 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 chi. Soft whistling sounds rang out continuously, and it enveloped Chuli, not allowing him to dodge. Chuli formed the cataclysmic seal with both hands and slapped it. Chapter 2839. The sky-turning seal collided directly with the crack. Whoa! It was like the cry of a ghost. Chuli was sent flying 10 feet away. During this process, he formed the sky-throwing seal 3 times to resist the attack of the crack. Every time he tried to resist the crack, he would be sent flying. After several transformations, he finally escaped the encirclement of the crack. He had a lingering fear in his heart. He took a deep look at the broken sword, and then lowered his head to look at the interspatial bracelet. The universe bracelet actually did not defend against these cracks, as if it did not see them as a threat. This was clearly wrong. The universe bracelet always had a spiritual nature, but this time it had lost its spiritual nature. Clearly, This was due to the interference of the passing light sword. In addition, the treasure talismans around his body did not have any effect. Only his own astral energy could defend him. Unfortunately, in front of the power of the crack, it was incomparably insignificant. He thought for a moment and visualized the life and death scripture in his mind. Suddenly, a surge of pure spiritual energy appeared in his body. He had already discovered the profundity of the life and death scripture. Even if he was in an independent world that was isolated from the outside world, the life and death scripture could still attract spiritual chi from beyond the heavens, so he did not have to worry about his inner energy drying up. He could also use this to break through the independent void. Just as he was gathering his strength and preparing to face the passing light divine sword again, a light laughter suddenly rang out, clear and melodious. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He had a photographic memory and a keen ear. As soon as he heard the voice, he immediately knew who it was. Zhou Mei. He turned his head to look. Zhou Mei was standing in the empty void. Under the dim light, her snow-white gown was extremely eye-catching. She looked at Chu Li with a smile that was filled with ridicule. Chu Li's mind raced, and he instantly thought of something. Could it be that she had been following him all this while? If it had been anyone else, it would have been impossible, but not Zhou Mei. She was proficient in concealing her aura, and he could not detect it at all. Was she here to pick peaches? Zhou Mei smiled and said, "Don't worry, Monk Dingru. It's not what you think." Chu Li scoffed. "So Miss Zhou is only here to look at the hot topics? It will be interesting to see how you are beaten up," Zhou Mei said with a smile. Chu Li asked, "Miss Zhou, aren't you afraid of being implicated?" "No." Zhou Mei shook her head and said, "This sword won't attack me." "Huh." Chu Li laughed. "Could it be that this sword is yours?" "Not mine." Zhou Mei shook her head lightly. Chu Li asked, "Then why didn't I attack you?" "Don't tell me it won't attack you just because you're a girl. No matter how strong its intelligence is, it can't tell you're a man or a woman, right? It can't differentiate between a man and a woman, but can differentiate between good and bad," Zhou Mei said. Chu Li smiled. "Do they only attack good people?" Zhou Mei giggled and shook her head. Her crescent moon-like eyes curved. "Monk, how dare you?" Chu Li said, "A monk never lies. I'm just telling the truth." "How can the demon-subduing palace master be considered a good person?" Zhou Mei snorted. "Half Buddha and half devil. Don't forget that you also have half devil nature." Chu Li shook his head. "If I don't go to hell, who will? Don't flatter yourself." Zhou Mei laughed coldly. "You're just a murderous demon." Chu Li smiled. "Eliminating evil means doing good." Zhou Mei said, "What is evil and what is good is hard to say." Chu Li shook his head. "That's sophistry. Evil is evil. The Blood Sun sect treats human lives like child's play and uses people's vitality to refine the nine-yang pill. Isn't that evil?" Zhou Mei scoffed. "Do you only kill people who deserve to be killed?" Chu Li nodded slowly with a determined expression. "I've never killed a wronged soul." Zhou Mei could not help but believe him when she saw how confident and calm he was. She shook her head and said, "All right then. Do you want to steal our treasure sword or do good?" Chu Li asked, "What treasure sword?" Zhou Mei pointed at the broken sword nearby and said with a smile, "That's our treasure sword, the passing light divine sword." Chu Li's expression changed completely. He looked at the passing light divine sword and turned to look at Zhou Mei. "Miss Zhou, how dare you say that? Do all the treasures in the world belong to you?" "I don't know about the other treasures, but the passing light divine sword does belong to my lady," Zhou Mei said with a smile. Chu Li said, "I can also say that it belongs to me." "Then go and take it," Zhou Mei said. "If you can take it away, it's yours. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to do so." Chu Li frowned as he stared at her. Seeing how confident and pleased she was, Chu Li's heart sank. Isn't it interesting?" Zhou Mei giggled as she stared at Chu Li, afraid that she would miss any expression. She felt extremely happy as she vented all the grievances she had suffered earlier. She knew that Chu Li had painstakingly tried to obtain the passing light divine sword. He had painstakingly derived it and spent a lot of effort to get close to it. However, he was beaten up badly and suffered a lot. Chu Li frowned. Miss Zhou, can you really take it away? Do you want me to try? Zhou Mei smiled. Chu Li extended his hand. Miss Zhou, please. Zhou Mei scoffed. You don't believe me, do you? As soon as she said that, she stepped in front of the passing light divine sword. She reached out with her hand and gently held the sword hilt. Then, she picked it up gently. She used her other hand to caress the sword's body with a loving expression. Chu Li's expression grew darker. Although he had expected this, he still felt pain when he saw it for himself. The treasure sword that he had spent so much effort to pursue had already become an item with an owner. Moreover, the owner was his mortal enemy. Zhou Mei stepped in front of him with the passing light, divine sword in hand. She smiled at him. Monk, do you believe me now? Chu Li asked, how did Miss Zhou subdue this sword? Treasures belong to the virtuous, especially a divine sword like this. It requires enough prestige and ability. Zhou Mei shook her head. Monk, you're still far from that. Chu Li frowned. When did Miss Zhou obtain this sword? You don't have to worry about that. You should think about how you're going to commit suicide. Zhou Mei shook her head. Being able to commit suicide, Miss Zhou is very merciful. You've killed so many Devil Sect disciples. You should be hacked into pieces and suffer for eternity. Chu Li scoffed. Then I really have to thank you, Miss Zhou. I'll convey your gratitude. Zhou Mei nodded. Chu Li's expression darkened. Since you've obtained the passing light divine sword, allow me to widen my horizons. You're still not convinced. Zhou Mei shook her head. With your abilities, do you think you can subdue this sword? Chu Li remained silent. He was indeed not confident. He was just staking everything on one throw and struggling unwillingly. Even if he subdued it, it would not be a short while, and he would not be able to save himself. Zhou Mei said, Fine, I'll make you give up then. As she spoke, she gently swung the broken sword. Chu Li quickly retreated. However, it was too late. His body seemed to be frozen, and he lost control of his body again. He could only watch helplessly as the broken sword swung at him. Ding! Chu Li tried everything he could think of at this critical moment. The universe bracelets shot out at the same time and turned into two white lights that went against the broken sword. Swish! Swish! The white lights disappeared. The passing light divine sword sliced through the two universe bracelets. Its forward momentum did not stop as it continued to slash at Chu Li. Chu Li wanted to avoid it, but he could not. He could only watch helplessly as it slashed at him. Chapter 2840. A white light flashed from each of his sleeves. Swoosh! Two balls of white light appeared in front of the broken sword. It was easily split apart like a hot knife through butter. Chu Li was in despair. Chu Li had used every technique that he could, but it was still useless. Everything was futile in front of the passing light divine sword. It destroyed everything in its path and was invincible. The closer Chu Li got to the sword, the more he could feel its immense power and might. When it was far away, it was like a mountain. The closer it was, the more majestic the mountain became. In the end, it was like heaven and earth. It was as if heaven and earth had merged to squeeze and destroy him. He was in this world and could not avoid it. He could only wait for death. Despair gripped him, and he was about to collapse. He wanted to accept his death. At most, he would die, and there would be a chance of revival. However, he immediately sobered up. He was not willing to die. He would not give up until the last moment. He had to find a way to survive. In the void of his mind, the Buddha and the demon that had stopped moved again. They kept activating the Skyfall seal and the demon suppression seal faster and faster. However, they could not stop the approaching broken sword. Zhou Mei scoffed. Monk, why are you so stubborn? Just accept your death, and it won't be painful. As she spoke, the sword slowed down. Chu Li saw this and scoffed. I won't die like this. You'll definitely die. Zhou Mei shook her head. She continued to move the broken sword. No one can block a blow from the passing light divine sword. Unless the lady is here, no one in this world can, including you. As she spoke, the broken sword got closer to Chu Li. Chu Li was getting more desperate, but he was also getting more determined. His mind was exceptionally focused, and all distracting thoughts were thrown away. Like a high-speed spinning top, it spun faster and faster. In the end, the silhouette of the demon and the Buddha could barely be seen. Only two shadows entangled together. The demon suppression seal and the skyfall seal were formed at almost the same time. Before they could disperse, they appeared again. They were continuous and integrated. At this moment, he completely forgot about himself. He threw away his fear of death and did not care. He only cared about the two seals. His mind and spirit were completely integrated with the two seals. He was the seal, and the seal was the man. The broken sword had already pierced Chu Li's chest. Chu Li raised his head and stared blankly at the sky. He did not seem to be bothered by the passing light, divine, swords piercing into his body. It was as if he was only left with a shell, as all of his essence, energy, and spirit had been channeled into the void. Suddenly, a huge copper seal appeared in the void, exuding a monstrous aura. It slowly appeared and slowly descended, landing right on top of the broken sword, preventing it from piercing any further. This huge copper seal looked slow, but it was able to accurately imprint itself on the broken sword's blade. Its speed was beyond the limits of the human eye. Zhou Mei was also surprised. The passing light, divine, sword seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. It was faster than any martial art in the world. The so-called slowness was just an illusion. No one could dodge this sword, except for the Mississippi. However, although Monk Ding Ru was struck by the sword in the end, he was the first person to be able to block the passing light, divine sword. When the others touched the passing light, divine sword, they were killed before they could even move. Monk Ding Ru, on the other hand, was able to put up all sorts of resistance. After experiencing numerous obstacles, he was finally struck. She did not care about the copper seal that had appeared out of thin air at all. Her ephemeral divine sword had already pierced Chu Li, so she was completely relieved. As long as she managed to pierce him, she would be able to take his life without exception. Ding! With a clear ring, the broken sword trembled incessantly. The copper seal in the void slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, the passing light, divine, sword trembled violently. No matter how Zhou Mei tried to calm it down, it did not work. It kept trembling, and every time it trembled, it triggered a soul-stirring power. It was a power that she could not subdue. While she was shocked, she felt indignant, so she tried her best to calm and suppress it. When the copper seal dissipated, Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his head to look at the bloodless wound and realized that he was changing. His body was rapidly aging, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned from a young man to an old man with white eyebrows. He sighed as he understood the power of the passing light, divine sword. It was using the flow of time on his body. He really could not get past his lifespan. Previously, his lifespan was consumed by the demon-slaying Hall, and now he was being attacked by the passing light, divine sword. Ding! The broken sword suddenly broke free from Zhou Mei's palm and flew into the air. The next moment, Chu Li stepped in front of it and reached out to grab the hilt. Boom! A loud sound came from the void above. Chu Li's body suddenly lit up, and the passing light, divine sword also shot out a ray of light. The light of the man and the sword merged, and both were milky white, like the luster of soft white jade. It was bright, but not threatening. In the void of Chu Li's mind, the Buddha and the demon turned into two shadows, so fast that they could not be seen clearly. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void above their heads, floating in the middle of the densely packed god-slaying thunder swords. It reflected the great circle, mystical mirror opposite it. One mirror, one sword, and a pile of thunder swords. The void of his mind was no longer empty. Chu Li immediately recognized that this long sword was the passing light, divine sword. However, the passing light, divine sword in reality was a broken sword, but the one in the void of his mind was a complete long sword. The blade was flat and smooth, and other than that, there was nothing special about it. Only the patterns on the hilt were strange and ancient. Impossible! Zhou Mei exclaimed from afar. Chu Li held the sword and smiled at her. Miss Zhou, you didn't expect this, did you? Impossible. Impossible. Zhou Mei shook her head. She widened her eyes in disbelief and stared blankly at the broken sword. She could not believe that there was someone else who could hold the passing light divine sword and not be killed by it when he got close. Moreover, the passing light divine sword had stabbed him, which was enough to kill him. After holding the passing light divine sword, Chu Li's hair began to change color. His original snow-white hair slowly turned from snow-white to shiny black. The wrinkles on his face disappeared, and he regained his ruddy complexion. He looked even younger than before. It was as if time had turned back. Zhou Mei's expression changed when she saw this. She cried out involuntarily, "You've subdued the passing light divine sword." Chu Li smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Miss Zhou." Impossible. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth, and her face was extremely gloomy. "This passing light divine sword belongs to Miss." Chu Li smiled. "It's mine now. Ding Ru, if you hand over the sword now, I can still spare your life." Zhou Mei extended her hand. Chu Li laughed involuntarily. "Miss Zhou, do you think that possible? Then you don't want your women's lives anymore." Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and scoffed. "They're in our hands. If you don't hand over the passing light divine sword, they'll die immediately." Chu Li said, "I'll die even if I hand them over. I'll die if I don't." "So, you're regretting your decision?" Zhou Mei asked. "You don't want to commit suicide anymore?" "Before I die, I want to pay a visit to Miss Zhou." Chu Li shook the broken sword and smiled. "If Miss Zhou doesn't agree, this sword will disappear from this world and never appear again. It's impossible for the passing light divine sword to disappear." Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li smiled. "I'll keep it in the Demon Suppression Hall." Zhou Mei's expression grew darker. The Demon Suppression Hall was an existence that even Miss Zhou couldn't see. It was indeed strange. If she really brought the passing light divine sword there would be no other way. She took a deep breath. If anything happens to the passing light divine sword, Miss Zhou will massacre the Great Mercy Temple. Chapter 28:41. Chu Li threw his head back and laughed. Zhou Mei's face darkened as she glared at him. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Li shook his head. "There's no point in talking so much. Let Miss Zhou come over." Holding the passing light divine sword in his hand, he sighed in his heart. The passing light divine sword was more powerful than he had imagined. Even so, he did not have the confidence to kill Lady Zhou. However, he was unwilling to give up. He wanted to find out what kind of person the leader of the Devil Doctrine was and what he looked like. "Oomph." Zhou Mei sneered. Chu Li said, "If you don't agree, then I'll have to offend you. You want to kill me?" Zhou Mei sneered. Chu Li looked at her and smiled. "I wonder who is more important in the eyes of the noble lady, Miss Zhou, Mingyu, and you, Rome?" Zhou Mei's sneer turned into a sneer. "You want to catch me?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. "This sword should be enough to severely injure you, right? In your dreams," Zhou Mei said disdainfully. Chu Li shook his head and said nothing more. This Zhou Mei definitely had a trump card, so she was very confident. Vigilant, he raised his passing light sword. A bronze seal appeared in the void above his head. It was like a small mountain falling down, and the bronze light flickered as if it was tangible. Chu Li was deeply moved. Sure enough, one's potential could only be stimulated under extreme circumstances. He was able to combine the two seals under the stimulation of the passing light divine sword to form the overturning demon seal, which could be directly manifested outside. The heaven-overturning demon subduing seal could become big or small with just a thought. Zhou Mei's figure blurred in a flash. Chu Li shook his head. The power of the passing light divine sword was not to be trifled with. Zhou Mei's figure blurred for a moment before becoming clear again. She was unable to escape. She raised both her hands and raised a palm-sized shield. The shield was white and flawless, as if it was made of silver. Strange patterns and symbols were engraved on it. Chu Li could not recognize any of the symbols at first glance. They were not the characters of this first heaven, nor were they the Yu script, but there was a vague power emanating from them. The passing light divine sword was extremely fast. As long as it was swung out, it would stab its target in the next instant. There was no in-between. It was also emitting an aura that caused the void to tremble, locking down the void. That was why the passing light divine sword was not swung, but once it was swung, it would hit its target. He was able to react as quickly as he did earlier. Firstly, his mental energy was strong, and his reaction was extraordinarily fast. Secondly, it was because Zhou Mei's cultivation level was insufficient, which caused the power of the passing light divine sword to be greatly reduced. Only now did he realize that activating the passing light divine sword did not require inner energy, but mental energy. The passing light divine sword in his hand was far superior to Zhou Mei's. Ding! The passing light divine sword collided with the shield, emitting a clear ring. The small silver shield managed to block the passing light divine sword, causing Chu Li to be surprised. A tyrannical force came from the small shield and shook the passing light divine sword. Chu Li wanted to make the passing light divine sword slip out his hand, but unfortunately, Chu Li's body had surpassed the limits of a human being. His strength was extraordinarily great, so he held on tightly to prevent it from slipping out of his hand. The next moment, the silver shield split into two. Zhou Mei's figure became blurry again. Chu Li scoffed and swung his sword again. Zhou Mei's figure became clear again. Ding! Half of the silver shield blocked the tip of the sword. Chu Li shook his head. His sword did not slow down at all. The small silver shield did not manage to block the attack and pierced her shoulder. Ah! Zhou Mei screamed and quickly touched her face. She knew the power of the passing light divine sword. One slash could deplete her lifespan. Chu Li withdrew his sword and slapped Zhou Mei's body several times. Zhou Mei's expression changed. She would rather die than become an old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair. Chu Li sighed in relief. These two slashes had consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy and almost emptied the void of his mind. He could no longer use the third slash, and the second slash had depleted his energy. His vision turned black. Chu Li said, "Don't worry, you haven't aged." Zhou Mei lowered her head to look at the back of her hand. Fortunately, it was still tender and white without wrinkles. Chu Li smiled. Not every slash takes away lifespan. Your lifespan hasn't been cut. The passing light divine sword was full of spirituality. Its killing power depended on the will of its owner. If he did not want to kill, the passing light divine sword would weaken its power. If he wanted to kill, it would increase its power. It was truly mysterious. He looked down at the broken sword with a sigh. He did not know how it was refined, but it was definitely not an item of this world. Zhou Mei frowned and stared at him. Chu Li smiled. You can't unleash the power of this sword at all. Lady Xiao made a mistake. Shut up, Zhou Mei scolded. Lady Xiao is wise and powerful. Her calculations are flawless. Chu Li said, did she predict that the passing light divine sword would fall on me? That might not be the case. Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He knew that she believed in her lady. There was no point in saying anything more. He said, I'll go save them first. Your acupuncture point will be unsealed on its own. It was not that he did not want to kill Zhou Mei, but he did not dare to. Killing her would be satisfying. But what about the two women? You're wasting your time. Zhou Mei sneered. Chu Li disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared outside a towering peak. Then, his figure fluttered and silently entered the peak. His figure flashed, and he always managed to avoid the disciples in the peak. As the top sect in divination, the star-seizing sect could sense enemies in advance. It was impossible for them to be invaded, but Chu Li had the passing light divine sword, so he was very confident. The passing light divine sword was enough to conceal their divination. Otherwise, they would have obtained the passing light divine sword long ago. Sun Mingwei and Lu Yurong were too closely related to him, so they were naturally protected by the passing light divine sword. Under the observation of the great circle mystical mirror, the two women were cultivating in a small courtyard. Their expressions were calm, and their white attire made their faces look flawless. Chu Li was mesmerized by their beauty. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in front of them. The two women were practicing their fist techniques when they saw him. They had been with Chu Li the whole time and had not been separated for long, so they did not show any ecstasy and only smiled sweetly. Sun Mingwei gave him a sidelong glance. "You managed to find me?" Chu Li smiled. "You can't escape from me." Lu Yurong pursed her lips and smiled. "You're finally here. This is a letter for you." Chu Li watched as she took out a letter and handed it to him. He glanced at the envelope and saw only the words "to Master Ding Ru" written on it. There was nothing else. He did not know who wrote the letter. Based on the handwriting on the letter, it should be written by a woman. She was beautiful and elegant, without a trace of worldly aura. She looked like a well-educated lady who did not know martial arts. He took it and took out the letter to read it. His expression changed slightly. "I don't know who wrote this letter. When we first moved in, we found it on the stone table in the courtyard. Now that I think about it, it's been more than 10 days. Lu Yurong said, "What's written in it?" Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "It's a greeting from a friend. A woman, right?" Sun Mingwei smiled faintly. Chu Li nodded helplessly. Sun Mingwei smiled. "You become a monk, but you're still so popular with women." Chu Li smiled bitterly. "This is not a friend. Could it be an enemy?" Lu Yurong said, "It can't be that Island Master song, right?" Chu Li shook his head. "You want to continue cultivating here? The inheritance of the Star Capture sect is amazing. We just received it." Lu Yurong nodded. "It's a pity to leave now." "All right." Chu Li smiled. "This is indeed a rare opportunity. It's good to learn. We'll be in isolation soon." Sun Mingwei said, "If you don't come after today, you won't be able to see us even if you want to." Chapter 2842. Chu Li smiled. "How long?" "At least a year," Lu Yurong said. Sun Mingwei smiled. "Isn't that what you want? Miss Song from Mysterious Sky City should be out soon, right? We're an eyesore here. We can go and cultivate in isolation." Chu Li was annoyed. "Can you really cultivate the antique study of the star-seizing sect? What do you think?" Sun Mingwei said. Lu Yurong nodded. "It might be difficult for others, but it's not that difficult for us." Both of them had a strong foundation. Chu Li had used the traction skill to teach them all kinds of strange studies, including the stargazing technique and many other secret skills that could predict the future. They had already cultivated all kinds of secret skills in the Outland. Now that they had ascended, they were even stronger. In addition to the unique environment of the star-seizing sect, the spiritual energy required for divination was far less than in the outside world. It was easier to cultivate, so they were confident that they could cultivate the antique study of the star-seizing sect. Chu Li nodded. The star-seizing sect is a good place. It's not bad to become a disciple. The star-seizing sect has a high status and is not involved in the martial arts world's grudges. It's rare for it to be peaceful, Sun Mingwei said. "It's a shame we can't help you." "We can't help you now anyway." Chu Li smiled. "With your abilities, it's good enough that you can help me." Lu Yurong frowned. "Have you found the woman you want to deal with?" Chu Li sighed. "No, there's no hope. She's purposely avoiding me. I can't do anything about it." "Kill more demon sect masters. How can she sit still?" Sun Mingwei scoffed. Chu Li said, "She doesn't care about the demon sect masters. Blindly killing will only attract more counterattacks. It's a good thing the demon sect masters haven't reacted yet. It won't be so easy in the future." "They can't do anything to you," Sun Mingwei said. She was confident in Chu Li. He entered First Heaven in such a short time and became a famous top-notch master. The demon subduing Temple Lord. No one on First Heaven could deal with him. Chu Li smiled. "You guys cultivate, I'll go back first. We'll look for you once we're done. You don't have to worry." Chu Li nodded slowly. Sun Mingwei looked at her and frowned at Chu Li. They had been with Chu Li for a long time, so they knew him very well. Moreover, they were very sensitive, and with their women's sixth sense, they could tell that Chu Li had something on his mind and was feeling uneasy. He was now an eminent monk with great virtue. His dharma was profound, and his heart was calm and firm. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened. Yet it had happened. It must be something big, and it was hidden from the two of them. They were all extremely intelligent, and they would never force Chu Li to say things under normal circumstances. However, he was about to leave, and he was about to go into seclusion. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be very difficult for him to calm down and cultivate. What happened? Sun Mingwei furrowed her brows and scoffed. Is it related to that letter? Whose letter was it? Lu Yurong said, could it be the woman you've been chasing? Chu Li was secretly shocked by the two women's sharp senses. He smiled and said, don't overthink it. I'm here because of Xiao Qi. She was supposed to come out of isolated cultivation, but it's been delayed. I don't know when she'll be able to come out. Is Xiao Qi successful? Sun Mingwei asked. Chu Li said, her cultivation is successful, and her qualifications are higher than the ancestors of the past. So, she took the opportunity to cultivate another strange technique. She's planning to cultivate it in one go before she comes out of isolated cultivation. She's trying to amaze everyone. Although he was trying to divert their attention, what he said was the truth. He would not lie to them. Xiao Qi managed to cultivate a divine technique in advance. The peak leader of the Mist Peak was conquered by her amazing aptitude and was unable to extricate himself from the ecstasy. He decided to pass on the peak's martial arts to her so that she could cultivate the mist power. She believed that Xiao Qi would be able to cultivate the mist power and reach a higher level than her. She would be able to surpass her master and push the Mist Peak to a higher position, surpassing her peers. Because the Mist Peak was a female sect, it had suffered too much disdain and contempt. Only powerful martial arts could maintain its position, or else the disciples of the Mist Peak would never be able to hold their heads up high. As the peak leader, she had been cultivating hard and improving her skills. However, qualifications were the most fatal constraint. She could not break through the limit. No matter how hard she tried, she could not reach the level she wanted. She saw hope in Xiao Qi and decided to train her well. She wanted her to become the top master in the peak and surpass all the masters in the world. As long as Xiao Qi could cultivate the mist power, she would have a chance to enter the top. Sun Mingwei said, she's lucky. Lu Yurong smiled. Third Lady Xiao has always been lucky. Chu Li said, the heart technique that you two cultivate is not bad either. All right, since she has reached this level, we can't fall behind too much. Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li smiled. Then you two go into isolated cultivation. I'll leave first. Go. Lu Yurong said. After Chu Li disappeared, the two women frowned and looked at each other. In my opinion, it's not a small matter. Lu Yurong said. Sun Mingwei said, he doesn't want to say it, but we can't force him to. Should we investigate? Lu Yurong said. Sun Mingwei shook her head. She looked up at the sky and sighed. Since he didn't tell us, he must have his reasons. All we can do is cultivate hard and strive to be of help to him as soon as possible. Sigh. Lu Yurong nodded. Chu Li appeared on another peak. He looked at Zhou Shuang, who was standing at the peak with a serious expression. Zhou Shuang looked at him coldly. Her gaze finally fell on the sword hilt at his waist. The passing light, divine sword originally did not have a scabbard. It was just a broken sword, but now it was in a scabbard. Only the sword hilt was exposed, covering its face. Zhou Shuang could still recognize it at a glance. Where's Zhou Mei? She asked coldly. Chu Li said, her acupuncture points should still be sealed. She can't move. Did you subdue her and take the sword? Zhou Shuang asked. Chu Li nodded. Zhou Shuang's expression was serious. She knew the power of the passing light divine sword. Anyone who tried to touch the passing light divine sword would suffer an extremely strong attack. It was impossible for them to survive. Chu Li was clearly standing in front of her. She did not believe that Chu Li could defeat the passing light divine sword. Chu Li asked, Miss Zhou, are you here to urge me to kill myself? There's no need for that. Zhou Shuang shook her head. She looked away from the sword hilt and said, since you've obtained the passing light divine sword, there's no need for you to kill yourself. This is lady's order. Chu Li scoffed. Thank you very much. Since you've obtained the passing light divine sword, you're one of us, Zhou Shuang said. You're no longer an outsider. Chu Li said coldly, I don't deserve it. Zhou Shuang asked, why didn't you kill Zhou Mei? If I won't die so easily. A soft humph was heard. Zhou Mei suddenly appeared beside Chu Li. She glared at Chu Li and then at Zhou Shuang. Zhou Shuang, you can't wait for me to die, can you? Zhou Shuang said, you lost the passing light, divine sword. What face do you have to live on? What can I do when I'm inferior? Zhou Mei scoffed. Zhou Shuang curled her lips. Her gaze fell on the sword hilt at Chu Li's waist. Zhou Mei's gaze fell on Chu Li. She stared at him without blinking. Chu Li smiled at her, but his mind was still on the letter. Chapter 2843. It was a letter from the leader of the demon sect. She wrote about everything that happened during this period of time and congratulated him for obtaining the passing light divine sword, breaking the demon subduing hall's lifespan limit of 100 years, and becoming the #1 person in the demon subduing hall. At first glance, this letter did not seem to be anything special. He only saw it after obtaining the passing light divine sword. But this letter was written a long time ago. If it was someone else, they would definitely think that it was a fraud and a trick. Chu Shuang was observant, and from the changes in the ink and paper, he could tell that it was not written recently and had been written for a while. In fact, he could achieve the same effect. With his current heavenly divination ability, it was not difficult for him to see someone's future and see what happened during a certain period of time. He could also write it down in advance. Even if there were changes, he could write a few in advance and include several changes. Therefore, he was not surprised about this, but the demon sect leader's heavenly divination ability was beyond his imagination. He had special skills and treasures, so it was almost impossible for others to peek into his heavenly divination, but the demon sect leader could do it. This was what made him most vigilant. If everything was predicted, how could he deal with her? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. She had done it, but he did not even see what she looked like. That woman knew everything about him, but he knew nothing about her. With such a gap, he had no chance of winning. It was like a blind man touching an elephant. He was always in a state of confusion and could not find an opponent. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to snatch the two women because this was already in her calculations and she must have a way to defend against it. Zhou Shuang said, let's go. Wait, Chu Li hurriedly said. Zhou Shuang frowned at him. Do you want us to stay? I want to see Miss Zhou, Chu Li said in a low voice. He was getting more curious about Miss Zhou. Now, it was not just killing intent, but also an inexplicable admiration. This woman was indeed better than a man, so he wanted to defeat her and save the two women. Fortunately, Xiao Qi was in isolated cultivation and was not controlled by her. If she was controlled like Sun Mingwei and Lu Yurong, he would be at a loss and would not be able to resist. It's not the right time. Zhou Shuang shook her head. Chu Li frowned. What do you mean by we're on the same side? We're not on the same side. Zhou Mei chuckled and said, you don't even understand this? Of course, we are no longer enemies. We are friends. We are on the same side. Chu Li replied, I'm the demon subduing palace leader, while Miss Zhou is a member of the devil sect. How are you two on the same side? Forgive me for not being able to agree. Then do you want them to be killed? Zhou Shuang asked. Chu Li's face darkened. Zhou Mei said, I thought that you would immediately escape with them. I didn't expect you to hold back. You're really amazing. I'm impressed. Chu Li said coldly, your efforts are futile. Yes, you're an understanding person. Zhou Mei smiled tenderly and said, then you should know that resisting now is futile. Why waste your effort? If you follow Miss, you will definitely not suffer. Chu Li said, that's impossible. Then you can just wait to see their heads, Zhou Shuang said coldly. Chu Li glared at them coldly. Zhou Shuang said, you want to catch us two forcing young mistresses and replace them, right? Chu Li's eyes flashed as he nodded slowly. Zhou Mei chuckled. Monk, you're too naive. Chu Li frowned as he stared at her. Zhou Mei said, do you think that young mistresses will let them go if we're caught? In Miss Zhou's eyes, you two are much more valuable than them, Chu Li said slowly. Zhou Mei shook her head. The point is that you can't do it. As long as the young mistress is here, saving us will be a piece of cake. She puffed out her chest and spoke in a proud tone. Chu Li said, then I won't let her know where you are. That's impossible, Zhou Shuang said. The young mistress will know where we are as soon as she calculates. We can't hide it from her. Chu Li smiled. If that's the case, there's nothing your young mistress doesn't know. As long as the young mistress wants to know, she will know, Zhou Mei said proudly. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Zhou Shuang said, You don't believe me? Chu Li said, Can she calculate what's happening in Demon Subduing Palace and Great Mercy Temple? Of course. Zhou Mei scoffed. Zhou Shuang said, As long as the young mistress wants to know, she can pay a certain price. However, sometimes the loss outweighs the gain, so she can't calculate. It's not impossible. Chu Li's expression darkened. He deduced that the leader of the demon sect had a treasure that could enhance his prediction and see through the mysteries of heaven. There was a price to pay for using such a treasure, so it would not be used lightly. However, he doubted that she could really calculate the whereabouts of Demon Subduing Palace and Great Mercy Temple. Demon Subduing Palace and Great Mercy Temple were dojos, which were different from his own protection from the mysteries of heaven. Zhou Shuang said, Moreover, the young mistress has already calculated this. We have a way to escape, so you can't catch us. Chu Li scoffed. Then let's see how you can escape. As he spoke, he lightly pulled out his sword and thrust it forward. Pop, pop. Two crisp sounds were heard, and the two women disappeared. As they disappeared, a piece of paper floated down and was caught by Chu Li. He took it and glanced at it, then frowned again. There was an instruction on it, asking him to make a trip to the Supreme Temple and injure Monk Chung Yun of the Golden Arhut Hall. If he failed, the two women's lives would be in danger, so it was hoped that he would consider it carefully. Chu Li's expression was extremely gloomy. She was using the two women to threaten him into obeying her orders. Even though he had the passing light divine sword, he could not even touch the corner of Miss Zhou's clothes. He could not even see her face clearly. He felt extremely vexed and aggrieved. Ever since he left the Autumn Temple, he had never suffered such vexation. However, the two women were in her hands, so he had to be cautious. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly appeared in the star-seizing sect, but the two women were gone the moment he entered. He sensed their location and found that they were nearby, but he could not see them. This was obviously a mysterious formation that blocked the observation of the Great Circle mystical mirror, but could not block his and the two women's senses. This Diamond Supreme scripture was really mysterious. It could break through the obstruction of the formation. The next moment, he performed the Deva shedding technique and instantly appeared in front of the two women. He grabbed their arms and disappeared, then reappeared in the Demon Subduing Palace. The two women looked at him in surprise. Their cultivation levels were not weak, so although Chu Li's movements were fast, they could still react. However, they saw that he did not resist and let them do whatever they wanted. Chu Li breathed a sigh of relief. The Demon Subduing Palace was independent of the void. It could not be deduced. They were only safe here. What happened? Lu Yurong asked. Is the demon sect leader against us? Chu Li slowly nodded. You were able to enter the star-seizing sect because of her. The two women's expressions changed slightly. Chu Li sighed. Let's hide here for a while. This woman is more powerful than I imagined. If that's the case, that letter was also written by her. Lu Yurong frowned. Chu Li nodded. Sun Mingwei scoffed. She wants to subdue you and make you listen to her. Chu Li continued to nod. The two women were highly intelligent people. They could see through Miss Zhou's intentions at a glance. How bold. Sun Mingwei shook her head and smiled. She wants to subdue you. Chapter 28:44. The more they understood this devil sect leader, the more they admired her. Although it was because Chu Li was an enemy, they could not help but admire her for being able to do this as a woman and force Chu Li into such a difficult situation. She was indeed a powerful person, and they could not help but sigh in admiration. Sun Mingwei frowned. How are you going to deal with this? Chu Li replied, If you guys stay here, I won't have to worry about anything. I can use my skills without worry. This palace is not bad. It's the same for us to cultivate here. Sun Mingwei nodded. We've already obtained the inheritance of the Star Capture sect. It doesn't matter where we cultivate. Lu Yurong nodded. Don't worry about us. We'll try our best to cultivate and ascend to the first heaven. We won't be a burden to you. Ascending to the first heaven seemed difficult, but it was much easier than the lower two heavens. They had ascended twice, and the hardest was to ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. It was much easier to ascend to the first heaven, and they had ascended before they could even stabilize their foundation. As for ascending from this level to a higher level, they thought that it was even easier. If Chuli was not bound by the demon-slaying hall, he would have ascended successfully. Hence, they were not afraid of the leader of the devil sect. If they really could not do it, they could commit suicide and resurrect through the Wheel Pagoda. They just had to find 2 soul lotus bodies. However, this method could not be used indefinitely. The soul lotus body was a prison for souls. Once one was trapped in the soul lotus body, their souls would not be able to escape after death. Unless their souls were as strong as Chu Li's, they would be dragged along by the soul lotus body and perish together. Chu Li muttered, "I'll use the distraction technique first." "What if she comes over?" Sun Mingwe asked. Chu Li replied, "She can't enter the demon-slaying hall." "She really can't?" Sun Mingwe frowned. "This woman is unpredictable." Chu Li shook his head. "No matter what, we still have to use the distraction technique." "All right." The 2 girls nodded slowly. They were upset, but did not show it. They were proud people and did not want to reap benefits without putting in any effort. Although they were happy that Chu Li used the distraction technique to increase their cultivation level, they could not help but feel guilty and blame themselves for not being able to help and dragging him down. However, they were all rational people and knew that this was the best way. Emotions were emotions. Rationality was rationality. They only swore to themselves that they would cultivate as hard as they could to help him. Chu Li appeared outside the Blood Sun sect. Snowflakes fluttered in the wind. The vast mountains turned into mountains of silver. The heavy snow seemed to cover up all the darkness in the world, leaving only a clean and white world. He stood at the peak of a snowy mountain, looking at the Blood Sun sect across from him with a solemn expression. This time, it was going to be a real bloody battle. Their lives were in danger. The Blood Sun sect's cultivation method was bloody and evil. As long as they lived, innocent people would die tragically and unjustly. The heavens would not tolerate it. Exterminating them would be a great virtue, and one's own cultivation base would also skyrocket. If he didn't exterminate the Blood Sun sect, he wouldn't be worthy of being the demon-subduing palace master. Just as he was about to enter the Blood Sun sect, he heard a Buddhist chant. Amipa, a young monk wearing a purple gold kasaya, emerged from the void and stood 30 feet away from him. He pressed his palms together and bowed. "Master Dingru, this poor monk Qingyun greets you." Chu Li pressed his palms together and sized up monk Qingyun. A monk who could appear in front of him without a sound was definitely not an ordinary monk. Although he had suffered losses in front of Ms. Zhou and had his hands and feet tied, it did not mean that his cultivation base had regressed. Instead, it was continuously rising. Now, his cultivation level had reached a frightening level. In today's world, other than Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang, almost no one could approach him without a sound. This monk Qingyun could do it, which showed his shocking cultivation level. "Master Qingyun, what advice do you have?" Chu Li asked with pressed palms together. This monk Qingyun was thin and about the same height as Chu Li. His curved eyebrows drooped, but his eyes were bright and full of expression, like the cold stars in the night, making people involuntarily fall into his gaze. "I'm sorry to offend you." Monk Qingyun sighed. He drooped his eyebrows and looked helpless. Chu Li asked, "Master Qingyun, where are you from?" "The Golden Arhut Hall," Monk Qingyun said slowly. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. The Golden Arhut Hall. There were 5 temples in Buddhism. The demon-subduing temple was one of them, and the Golden Arhut Hall was also one of them. In fact, it was even more famous than the demon-subduing temple. The leader of the demon-subduing temple had a lifespan of 100 years, but the Golden Arhut Hall did not have this restriction. He frowned. "So it's Hall leader Qingyun. What business do you have?" "I want to send Master Dingru back to the Western Paradise," Monk Qingyun said slowly. Chu Li laughed. Master Qingyan, what are you trying to do? We, the 5 temples, are united. Why do you want to kill me? This penniless monk was forced into a corner. Monk Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fortunately, we, the people of Buddhism, know that life and death is a reincarnation, so we don't take it so seriously. Master Dingru, have a safe journey. As he finished speaking, he slowly raised his palm, and his face quickly turned golden. Chu Li said, Miss Zhou. Monk Qingyun was stunned, and his eyes flashed. Chu Li sighed. Looks like I guessed correctly. Master Qingyun, you were forced by Miss Zhou to kill me. Sigh. Monk Qingyun smiled bitterly. Master Dingru is really wise. Chu Li said, It's not that I'm wise, it's that I've encountered the same thing. I was forced by her and almost fell into her palm. Fortunately, I took a risk and managed to escape. I'm very fortunate. Monk Qingyun pressed his palms together. Chu Li said, Master Qingyun, who was kidnapped by her, my senior brother. Monk Qingyun sighed. I only need to do one thing in exchange for my senior brother's life, so I can only offend Master Dingru. Although he was a monk and had seen through life and death, he saw through his own life and death, not someone else's. Ever since he entered the temple, his senior brother had always taken care of him like a father. He could not calmly watch as his senior brother was killed. In order to save his senior brother, he could only sacrifice others. He would bear the sin, but he had to save his senior brother first. Her usual tricks. Chu Li sighed. If we join forces, can we save your senior brother? Monk Qingyun shook his head. I don't know where my senior brother is. Chu Li said, I can try. Thank you. Monk Qingyun took out a string of prayer beads and tossed it to Chu Li. He knew that Chu Li had the heaven's eye and might be able to find his senior brother. If he could save his senior brother without sacrificing others, it would be the best. The demon subduing Hall's name would be known throughout the world. His cultivation level was similar to his, but he had the heaven's eye. If the two of them joined forces, it might be possible. Chu Li took the prayer beads and focused on it. Then, he closed his eyes and began to derive. He was not worried that Monk Qingyun would take the opportunity to attack. He still trusted the clan leader of the Golden Arhut Hall, because the Golden Arhut Hall was the secret hall of the Supreme Temple. It had strict rules and was known as the best in the world. After a while, Chu Li opened his eyes and nodded. Found it. Monk Qingyun quickly asked, Where? Chu Li pointed at the Blood Sun sect opposite him with a heavy expression. Monk Qingyun was stunned. He turned to look at the Blood Sun sect and then at Chu Li. Where is my senior brother? Chu Li nodded slowly. Chapter 28:45. Monk Qingyun frowned as he stared at the Blood Sun sect. Chu Li had already guessed Miss Zhou's plan. She was not only threatening him, but also Monk Qingyun and the others. He could even guess that she wanted to capture all the top-notch masters in the world. This kind of boldness was in line with her style of doing things. Moreover, with her meticulous planning ability, it would not be easy to save his senior brother. I'll go in and try, Chu Li said. Monk Qingyun looked at him. Chu Li said, I can find him without anyone knowing. I'll decide what to do after I observe his situation. Thank you. Monk Qingyun nodded slowly. Both of them trusted each other's character. After all, they were both temple masters. Chu Li disappeared from the spot. He appeared a moment later, and I shook his head. Monk Qingyun asked, How is it? Chu Li sighed. Your senior brother is imprisoned in a formation, and there are 2 powerful people guarding him. Which 2 powerful people? Monk Qingyun asked. Chu Li asked, Do you know Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei? It's them. Monk Qingyun's expression changed. He had seen how powerful the 2 women were. Although his cultivation level was high, he was no match for them. That was why he was suppressed to the point where he could not turn the tables. If he could deal with them, he would have turned on them long ago. Unfortunately, these 2 women were unimaginably powerful and had many amazing treasures. There was no hope for him to turn the tables. Now, he only wanted to save his senior brother and hide in the Golden Arhut Hall to cultivate until his cultivation level was high enough to take revenge. Unfortunately, he could not save his senior brother with martial arts. He had to feign civility to have a glimmer of hope. Chu Li said, Looks like you've seen them. They are powerful people, Monk Chung-yun said slowly. Chuli said, we have to split up. I'll distract them and you go save him. Or I'll go save him and you'll distract them. Can you handle them, Master Dingru? Monk Chung-yun asked. Chuli smiled. I can hold them off for a while. Monk Chung-yun pressed his palms together. Thank you, Master. Chuli pressed his palms together and returned the gesture. Let's go in. As he spoke, he pulled Monk Chung-yun's sleeve, and the two of them disappeared in a flash. The next moment, they appeared in a thatched cottage. An old monk was sitting cross-legged in the thatched cottage. His brows and beard were white, and his skin was rosy and glossy like a baby's. There was not a single wrinkle on his face. He was sitting in the lotus position motionlessly, as if he had already entered a meditative state. The thatched cottage wasn't big, and it was exceptionally tranquil inside. However, it was because of the gentle whistling sound that came from the surroundings. It was the sound of the wind outside, and it made one's heart even more peaceful. Monk Chung-yun's expression changed. Chuli tugged at his sleeve and shook his head, gesturing for him to stay put. Monk Chung-yun looked at him in confusion. Chuli pointed at the door of the thatched cottage. Monk Chung-yun understood and nodded slowly. Chuli let go of his sleeve and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, a hearty laugh could be heard from outside. Ladies, we meet again. He shook his head and smiled at the two women standing outside the hut. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei glared at him coldly. Zhou Mei harumphed. Ding Ru, we're waiting for you here. Chuli replied, what can I do for you? Zhou Shuang replied coldly. Do you think that you'll have nothing to worry about after rescuing them? Chuli nodded and smiled. Of course. From now on, you can no longer threaten me. You can do whatever you want and kill whoever you want. In your dreams. Zhou Mei scoffed. There's still the Great Mercy Temple. Chuli replied, the Great Mercy Temple isn't a place you can touch as you please. Even Ms. Zhou won't be able to do so easily. Otherwise, you would have done it long ago. We'll definitely destroy the Great Mercy Temple, Zhou Shuang said coldly. Zhou Mei scoffed. You didn't fight with that monk Chung-yun? Chuli replied. He's busy saving senior brother. He has no time to care about me. Humph. The two women quickly turned around to check on the situation of the monk in the hut. Chuli had already taken out his passing light divine sword and lightly thrust it forward. Ding! Zhou Shuang took out a small snow-white silver shield and blocked the tip of the passing light divine sword. A clear ringing sound could be heard as the small shield shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere. The passing light divine sword continued to thrust forward. Chuli frowned. With this buffer, Zhou Shuang lightly retreated to avoid it. This was a new shield and not the original one. It seemed that there was more than one small shield. Zhou Mei was also holding one in her hand. This was the treasure that could restrain the passing light divine sword. Not only was it sturdier than the interspatial bracelet, but it could also block the passing light divine sword and slow down its charge. More importantly, it could block the passing light divine sword's pressure and its ability to freeze the void. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures they had, they could only wait to be stabbed. Zhou Mei scoffed. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have the passing light divine sword. You can't do anything to us. Then let's try, Chuli said coldly. The next sword was aimed at Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei also blocked the passing light divine sword in front of her chest and glided backward. Chuli frowned and scoffed. They really came prepared. They're determined to kill me this time. We're only here to stop you from destroying the Blood Sun sect, Zhou Mei said. Chuli said, this time, we must destroy them no matter what. Try me then, Zhou Shuang sneered. Chuli left in a flash and rushed towards the basilica of the Blood Sun sect. The two women did not block his way and rushed into the thatched cottage instead. However, the thatched cottage was already empty. Monk Chung-yun had already left with his master. The two women sneered and raised their voices. Do you really think he saved them? Chuli frowned. Under the observation of the great circle mystical mirror, he saw Monk Chung-yun fighting with two other monks. They were evenly matched, and Monk Chung Yun's senior brother's cultivation level was inferior. He kept retreating. Chu Li's face darkened. Why were there two monks again? Moreover, they were both young monks with profound cultivation levels similar to Monk Chung Yun and himself. It was rare to have such a cultivation level in this world. Zhou Shuang said, besides the Golden Arhat Hall, there's also the Tathagata Temple and the Samsara Temple. The Golden Arhat Hall has rebelled, but the Tathagata Temple and the Samsara Temple won't. They'll definitely be able to stop the Golden Arhat Hall. Chu Li sneered. It's better to coerce them. The Buddhist invitation is only coercion. How can it show how brilliant Our Lady is? Zhou Mei chuckled. They're not coercing you. They're completely submitting. You should just give up. She could see through Chu Li's intentions at a glance. He wanted to instigate the Golden Arhat Hall to defect. Chu Li frowned. Impossible. He kept stabbing with his passing light divine sword, but it was blocked by small silver shields. They seemed to be carrying many small shields with them. Every time one was broken, they would take another one. He even wondered where they were hiding them. Zhou Shuang said coldly, "What's impossible about it? Although Our Lady is a woman, she's extremely knowledgeable. No one disagrees with her." Chu Li asked, "Then why doesn't she show herself and convince us?" Our Lady said that it's useless even if your cultivation level is far superior. Zhou Mei scoffed. Stubborn and stubborn. You must be polished before you can be used. Chu Li sneered. She really knows me well. Chapter 2846. Chu Li said coldly, "Let's see if it works. The two monks over there are the temple masters of Samsara Temple and Tathagata Temple." He did not expect the two temple masters to be so young. It seemed like there was a reason why the 5 temple masters were all young monks. There must be some mystery behind it. As he spoke, he swung his passing light divine sword continuously, shattering the small silver shields again and again. After the small silver shields shattered, they turned into rays of light and disappeared into the air. Chu Li tried to sense the light, but it was empty. Nothing existed, as if it was just light and shadow. It might even be his illusion that his eyes were deceiving him and there was nothing there. However, he believed what he saw. He wanted to chase the source of the light, but could not. It had completely merged with the void, and there were no clues to follow. Instead, it made him even more curious and wanted to chase. He swung his passing light divine sword while sensing the small silver shields. The small silver shields seemed endless. He did not know how many were stored in their sleeves. According to the size of these small silver shields, they should not be able to store too many, only about 10 of them. Now, more than 10 of them had been broken. He thought about it and guessed that these small silver shields were formed on the spot. When one was formed, one would be used. When one was used, another would be added. The cycle was endless. The omniscient mystical mirror focused and tried to see the situation in their sleeves. However, the sleeves emitted a strange power and blocked his view. However, the rest of their bodies could not hide from him. He saw the small swords on their chests and the jade bracelets on their wrists. The small swords made his heart palpitate, while the jade bracelets prevented him from seeing clearly. These two treasures were a threat to him. The treasure in their sleeves was even more powerful. The more he could not see clearly, the more he knew about its existence. Not bad. You're a genius too. Zhou Mei scoffed. You're not the only genius in the world. Chu Li nodded. I'm willing to be ordered around. So what if I'm a genius? It's because Lady Xiao is a woman that you're not convinced and go against her, right? Zhou Mei pouted. You must look down on women and think that they're weaker than you men. Chu Li said, if she's from an orthodox family, I would only admire her. Lady Xiao is from an orthodox family. The Great Mercy Temple is the evil one, Zhou Shuang said coldly. Chu Li laughed and shook his head. He could not be bothered to say more. His expression suddenly changed. Monk Chung Yun's body suddenly burst forth with golden light. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a golden Buddha statue. The light was dazzling, and his movements suddenly sped up. With great force, he suppressed the two young monks and turned the tables. Chu Li knew that he was using the Golden Lohan's power. He had perfected the golden Lohan's power, so when he turned into a Lohan, he had immense strength and was as fast as lightning. However, he could not maintain this state for too long. The two young monks immediately found it strenuous. The tall and slender monk with a handsome appearance suddenly formed a hand seal. After that, his red monk's robe began to flutter and flutter. After that, a huge wheel vaguely appeared in the void above his head. It seemed to be a bronze wheel that was slowly rotating, emitting a vast and boundless aura, giving off a huge pressure. Another fair-skinned and plump monk formed a seal with both hands, and a giant Buddha appeared behind him. The giant Buddha suddenly transformed into a halo and hung behind his head. The faintly discernible halo also seemed to be revolving. Chuli narrowed his eyes. The two girls looked up at the void of space. The huge bronze wheel and the giant Buddha appeared in the void. They could be seen clearly even from a few miles away. Looks like they're really going all out. Zhou Mei pursed her lips and smiled. Monk Cheng Yun is going to lose this time. Chuli scoffed. That might not be the case. The Golden Lohan's power is powerful, but the Samsara Temple and the Thagata Temple aren't bad either. Two of them are enough to deal with one. Zhou Mei scoffed. What has hold you back? Chuli disappeared in a flash and appeared next to Monk Cheng Yun in the next moment. He waved his sword lightly. The two monks hurriedly retreated as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. They formed hand seals one after another, and layers of energy appeared in the void. They wanted to block the passing light divine sword, but unfortunately, it was useless. Ding! Zhou Mei appeared in front of the sword. The silver shield shattered, and she flew backward, spitting out blood in the air. As Chuli activated the passing light divine sword, his understanding of the sword deepened, and the power he could unleash became stronger. This sword was far stronger than the previous ones, and Zhou Mei was caught off guard and severely injured. Her eyes widened. She immediately understood that Chuli had shown weakness earlier for this attack. Zhou Shuang's expression changed. If the silver shield could not block the passing light divine sword, the only thing they could do was retreat. Lady Xiao had instructed them not to continue fighting. Monk Dingru with the passing light divine sword was extremely dangerous. Zhou Shuang wanted to pull Zhou Mei away, but Zhou Mei struggled and shouted, "Let's work together." "It's useless," Zhou Shuang said. Zhou Shuang had already missed her opportunity. She could only use the silver shield to block the passing light divine sword. She flew backward and spat out blood in the air. She was instantly injured. The power of the passing light divine sword lingered around her body. Chuli smiled and stabbed at Zhou Mei again. Zhou Mei moved her right hand, but the small silver shield did not appear. It seemed that she had used up all her small silver shields. She puffed out her chest and faced the passing light divine sword proudly. "How dare you!" Zhou Shuang screamed. Chuli's passing light divine sword glided across Zhou Mei's throat. Zhou Mei did not move, as if she was a statue. Chuli chuckled. "Heaven is merciful, so I'll spare your life." Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang were clean and had no life on them. They had not killed anyone, so he could not bring himself to kill them. He could only scare them. He knew that they were Lady Zhou's right-hand men, but he could not harden his heart. More importantly, he did not want to harm them. Even if he killed them, it would not affect Lady Zhou much. It would only enrage her. If he killed them, Lady Zhou would definitely kill 20 or even 200 disciples of the Great Mercy Temple. Zhou Mei sighed in relief. Her body went limp and she almost fell. Her face was flushed red as she glared at Chuli. Chuli's sword brought her closer to death. If someone else killed her, she would not be afraid because she knew that Lady Xiao could resurrect her. However, the passing light divine sword was different. Once she was killed by the passing light divine sword, Lady Xiao would not be able to resurrect herself. Then she would really die. This made her realize that she was still very afraid of death. She was not as strong as she thought she was. Zhou Shuang appeared beside her and held her hand tightly. Feeling the cold and trembling, she let out a sigh of relief and stared coldly at Chuli. Chuli smiled. "Ladies, I've done my best. Please step aside." "Stupid monk, You'll have to listen to Lady Xiao sooner or later. Zhou gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Do you think you can hide these two women forever?" Chu Li smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. Just you wait." Zhou gritted her teeth as if Chu Li was her enemy. "If you dare to destroy the Blood Sun sect, Lady Xiao will dare to destroy the Great Mercy Temple." Chu Li said, "I'll try." He turned to monk Qingyun and said, "Master, I'll take my leave first." The two monks from the Samsara Temple and Tathagata Temple had already retreated more than 10 miles. They stood on a mountain far away and looked into the distance. They were still afraid of the passing light divine sword. They were very sensitive and knew to hide as soon as they saw it. Monk Qingyun pressed his palms together and disappeared with his senior brother. Chu Li glanced at the two women. The next moment, he appeared in the Blood Sun sect and waved the passing light divine sword. Chapter 28:47. When he appeared at the Blood Sun sect and wielded the passing light divine sword, he was suddenly at a loss. The Blood Sun sect was empty. The huge basilica was empty. There was not a single person in the entire Blood Sun sect. Everything in the buildings had been moved. Not even a single piece of furniture was left behind. They had completely moved away. He focused his senses, but found nothing. He could sense through the 9-sun pearl that he had killed all the masters of the Blood Sun sect. This time, he went directly to the Blood Sun sect's lair, but he did not expect them to abandon it so decisively. He used his heaven's eye to divine the mysteries of heaven, but there was an invisible force enveloping the Blood Sun sect. No matter what he did, he couldn't divine anything. He could only stare blankly at the empty palace hall and the small courtyards. He frowned and scoffed. He was about to enter the basilica and courtyard to look for something to divine their location. However, just as he was about to enter the basilica, he was alarmed. He instantly disappeared and appeared at the peak of the opposite mountain in the next moment. With a loud boom, the basilica and the surrounding courtyards exploded. In the explosion, the basilica and courtyard shot out stones and debris. A moment later, smoke and dust covered the entire Blood Sun sect, making it impossible to see clearly. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the Blood Sun sect was in ruins. It was no longer habitable. The destruction of the buildings was nothing, but the surrounding trees and flowers were also destroyed, turning it into a wasteland. Chu Li shook his head. He did not know how many 9-sun pearls had been used to blow up the basilica and the courtyards. This time, the Blood Sun sect had put in a lot of effort. It was clear how much they hated him. They must want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. He turned to look into the distance and shouted, "Ladies, why aren't you leaving?" Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei appeared. They did not expect the trap in the Blood Sun sect to work. They had experienced Chu Li's cunning. The Blood Sun sect's vicious move could not defeat him. What they saw was true. Chu Li said, "The Blood Sun sect cut off their tail to survive." How brave. Was it Miss Zhou's idea? It was Miss Zhou's idea. Zhou Shuang said coldly, "But your good days are over. Hide those two women well. Don't let Miss Zhou find them. Or else," she snorted and shook her head. Zhou Mei pouted and said, "Let's see how long you can be a coward and how long they can hide." Chu Li replied, "Thank you for your concern." Zhou Mei cast a sidelong glance at him and said disdainfully, "Don't be so smug now. There will be a time for you to cry." With that, the two women disappeared without a trace. Chu Li's face darkened. Through the disappearance of the Blood Sun school, he saw a bad omen. The next moment, he appeared at the Heavenly Bee School and saw that it was empty without a single person. Moreover, the place was in ruins. When he looked at the Heavenly Demon sect, it was the same. He didn't even need to look to know that the rest had definitely disappeared. The entire Devil sect had retreated from their original location. The sect had already moved. This kind of boldness and action had been done without him noticing. Just thinking about it made him shiver. This kind of lightning-fast action made all the sects in the world blush with shame. He could deduce that this was not something that could be done in a hurry. They must have made preparations beforehand. When they founded the sect, it was very likely that they had more than one place. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so they must have made other arrangements. This Miss Zhou's actions were meticulous and grand. He admired her. In the next few days, he tried his best to find the traces of the devil's sex masters. He even used the heaven's eye and the divination technique, but to no avail. The whole world suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it made people uncomfortable. The original killing and chaos suddenly disappeared, which made Chuli more certain that the devil sect had been destroyed. The root of the world's chaos was the devil sect. The devil sect's disciples had been creating chaos to fish in troubled waters. In the early morning, he returned to the Great Mercy Temple. He was still worried about the Great Mercy Temple. He felt that he had to warn them again and again that they must not relax just because things had calmed down. Miss Zhou would definitely deal with the Great Mercy Temple and use her to manipulate him. If something happened to the Great Mercy Temple, his hands and feet would be tied. When he arrived at the Great Strength Hall, Abbot Xing was already waiting there. He waved his hand, and the two came to Abbot Xing's meditation room. Dingru, you were able to stop the devil sect's revival this time. Your merit is immeasurable. Abbot Xing was wearing a purple and gold kasaya. His tall and burly body sat firmly on the cattail hassock. He said with a warm voice and a smile. Chuli said, Abbot, I was just lucky. I'm afraid there's a deeper meaning behind their retreat this time. Abbot Xing nodded slightly and sighed. It's the calm before the storm. The devil sect is getting more and more terrifying now. Previously, the devil sect was fighting on their own. Although it was terrifying, they were eventually eradicated by the united efforts of the Buddhist sect, and their inheritance was almost destroyed. However, it was different this time. They were united. The devil sect's heart technique was strange, and it was easier to cultivate in the early stages. Once there was a chance to develop, their strength would definitely be stronger than the Buddhist sect. What was more terrifying was that the devil sect now had a common leader. Moreover, he was a wise and powerful person. This would be a great disaster for the Buddhist sect. Chuli nodded. Abbot Xing smiled. However, you were able to force them back and retract their claws. It's already an immeasurable merit. Because of this, there will be fewer people who died in vain in the world. Amitabha. Chuli pressed his palms together to return the greeting. He sighed. I was tied up in front of the devil sect's leader. The devil sect's leader? Abbot Xing frowned. Chuli perked up and quickly asked, Abbot, do you know her background? Abbot Xing shook his head. I can conclude that she must have an extraordinary background. Chuli asked, Abbot, how extraordinary is her background? He was getting more curious. Although there were big families with deep foundations in this world, the fundamental strength was still the sections. Families paled in comparison to the sects, so one's background was more particular about the sections. However, he could tell from Abbot Xing's words that it was not the sects that were powerful. Abbot Xing sighed. These days, I've been trying to find out her background. Chuli nodded. The Great Mercy Temple had a deep foundation that he could not compare to. No matter how powerful the demon-subduing temple was, in terms of foundation, it was far from the Great Mercy Temple. Most of the disciples in the Great Mercy Temple only cultivated the dermic base. Cultivating the dermic base often gave birth to unimaginable divine powers, which led to unimaginable gains. Abbot Xing said, I have a vague guess. Chuli was listening attentively. Abbot Xing sighed. She's probably a descendant of the celestial beings. Celestial beings? Chuli frowned. Could she be someone from the first heaven? Yes. Abbot Xing nodded. Chuli said, people from the first heaven can't survive here, right? Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to survive. Abbot Xing nodded. However, there are always exceptions. The current 5 major Buddhist temples were created by the celestial beings. Chuli was stunned. He really did not know about this. Chapter 2848. Chuli laughed. Yeah, so she's a descendant of an immortal. I apologize for my rudeness. Abbot Xing looked at him and shook his head. Chuli said, this means she has a strong network and foundation. That's why she can move unimpeded. Abbot, Did you know of her existence? No. Abbot XNG, he shook his head and sighed. I didn't expect such a genius to appear. She's like a sun shining across the sky, eclipsing the stars. Even you can't compare to her. Chuli said, I'm not that great. Monk XING shook his head. You're the first genius of the Great Mercy Temple in 10,000 years. Your improvement is beyond imagination. You're like a divine being with innate wisdom. It's a shame you were born at the wrong time to meet such a genius. Chuli smiled. Abbot, are you admitting defeat? If she's as I've guessed, the Great Mercy Temple has no chance of winning. Monk XNG sighed and said, birth and death, the cycle goes on and on. This is common sense. Chuli said, then the Great Mercy Temple will surrender. It's just a mutual destruction. Abbot XANG smiled. It's not a big deal. The Dharma-ending era is coming. Buddhism is not prosperous, but it won't go extinct. Chuli frowned. Are we just going to let her do as she pleases? It's the general trend. Abbot XNG shook his head and sighed. This is the will of the heavens. All we can do is to face the difficulties. Dingru, the demon-subduing hall's inheritance must not end. This is the most important thing. Chuli said, Abbot, you want me to preserve our strength and hide in the demon-subduing hall. You can't do that, right? Abbot XING said. Chuli shook his head. Abbot XING smiled. Then do as you wish. Just don't let the demon-subduing hall's inheritance end. Chuli said slowly, the Great Mercy Temple's disciples can't leave the temple. Of course. Abbot XING said, the demon sect leader is watching. Once the disciples leave the temple, they'll become her target. That's why the disciples will never leave. Chuli was relieved. It seemed like the abbot was smarter than he thought. Abbot XNG said, Dingru, this woman is unfathomable. You must be careful. Chuli said, since the abbot is determined to die, how can I live alone? Ba, I will definitely be different from you. Abbot XNG put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He sighed and said, your aptitude is peerless, but you are our only chance of survival. The demon-subduing palace cannot do without you. Chuli muttered, Abbot, I would like to enter the temple to cultivate. Abbot XING was stunned and looked at him doubtfully. Chuli said, since my martial arts is not as good as hers, I want to find a way to win through Buddhism. The Dharma of Buddhism is boundless. Abbot XING nodded slowly. You have a deep understanding of Buddhism as well. It would be great if you could go one step further and achieve more supernatural powers. Chuli smiled. Then did the abbot agree? Of course. Abbot XING said, there's a Juni dojo in the temple. Let's see if you can enter it. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Abbot XING said, the Juni dojo is in the temple, but the disciples can't enter it. One needs to have a profound dharma of Buddhism to be able to sense it and step into it to further improve their dharma. Chuli looked around and frowned as he pondered. He really did not notice the existence of the Juni dojo. Abbot XING said, to enter the Juni dojo, you need to cripple your martial arts. You will lose all your martial arts and only have pure dharma. Chuli said, I will try. Try. Abbot XING smiled. Chuli stood up and put his palms together. I will take my leave and go see Master. Go. Abbot XING waved his hand. Chuli left the temple and went to Monk Huiguang's courtyard. Monk Huiguang was cultivating and focused on his martial arts. He could not talk to anyone, so he could only leave and return to his courtyard to cripple his martial arts. Recovering his martial arts was a piece of cake for him, so he did not mind crippling his martial arts as it was as easy as drinking water. When Monk Ding Ding ran over, he had already crippled his martial arts and was like a normal person. Junior brother, Monk Ding Ding felt something was wrong as soon as he came in. He looked at Chuli and said, your martial arts. Chuli smiled. I've crippled it and focused on studying Dharma. Senior brother, what brings you here? I received news that the sects on the sea have retreated to the sea, Monk Ding Ding said. Chuli raised his eyebrows. They know their place. What happened? Monk Ding Ding said, we all retreated to the temple. They originally had the chance to expand their forces and gain a foothold. Why did they do the opposite and ran back? Chu Li said, because the land is no longer safe. It has become a place of trouble. They heard the news. Who is so scary to scare them away? Monk Ding Ding said, I don't think there's such power in the world today. Chu Li said slowly, senior brother from the Devil's Sect, you don't have to worry about this. I will keep an eye on them. Monk Ding Ding shook his head. But the traces of the Devil's Sect is a big problem. All the disciples of the Devil's Sect have disappeared, and the 12 factions of the Devil's Sect never appeared. It's too strange. He was puzzled. He felt that it was almost impossible to hide the traces of all the disciples, but the 12 factions of the Devil's Sect did it. He felt that it was dangerous. Chu Li's expression suddenly changed, and he took a step forward. In the next moment, he disappeared into the void. Monk Ding Ding widened his eyes and looked around, but Chu Li was already gone. He felt that it was strange. Void diversion could not be used in the Great Mercy Temple, so Chu Li's sudden disappearance was very strange. The Great Mercy Temple did not only have a formation to restrict void diversion. Even if it had the ability to break the formation, Junior Brother Dingru would not do it. Why did he suddenly disappear this time? Did something big happen? Chu Li stood in the vast void, facing a towering Buddha statue. At first glance, the Buddha statue seemed to be made of purple gold, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be alive. Its eyes were full of color, as if it was in deep thought. The aura around it was vast, but it was lively and full of vitality. Chu Li felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. He hurriedly pressed his palms together and chanted, Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. The golden Buddha statue also pressed its palms together and let out a Buddhist chant that sounded like a bronze bell that resounded through the void. When Chu Li heard this chant, his mind suddenly flashed. All the Dharma that he had learned in the past flowed in his mind, and all the Buddhist scriptures that he had read appeared from the beginning. The scriptures' meanings also flowed in his mind. After all the Dharma flashed, it began to merge. Countless spiritual lights flashed in Chu Li's mind. The void in his mind was like a sky full of lightning, and each lightning contained a wisp of wisdom. After an unknown period of time, Chu Li slowly woke up. He was still standing in front of the golden Buddha statue, but when he looked at the huge purple gold Buddha statue again, he realized that it was no longer alive. What he saw earlier seemed like an illusion. It was really the Buddha statue. He realized that his body was clear and clear like a light breeze. There was nothing wrong with his body. It was as if his body did not exist, free, peaceful, and joyful. Chapter 28:49. He had not felt this way for a long time. However, he was very familiar with it. This was a sublimation after an epiphany. He had a new understanding of his body and heaven and earth, which made him unaccustomed to the existence of his body. In fact, his body was still his body. It was just an illusion of transcendence. He looked up at the towering Buddha statue, but he no longer felt touched or had the urge to kneel on the ground. The Buddha's aura and majesty from before were gone. It was just a giant Buddha statue. Chu Li was curious as to how this happened and why he could have an epiphany. This epiphany allowed his heaven's eye to advance to the next level, allowing him to see the past and future more clearly. He could vaguely see his own ending. However, it was only faintly discernible, as if it was separated by a curtain. He looked around and found that the void was boundless. It was as if he and the Buddha statue were in an endless void and could not find their way back. The void was also an independent existence, isolated from the outside world, just like the demon-slaying hall. He guessed that this should be the Juani Dojo. He did not expect him to enter so easily. It seemed that he was indeed fated with Buddhism. His thoughts raced like electricity. After a while, he slowly calmed down. He looked up at the giant Buddha statue again. After a moment of silence, he chanted the mantra softly. His body and mind were purified and reached the state of utmost sincerity. There was not a trace of impurities left in his heart. Only the mantra circulated, and the three secrets of his body, mind, and mouth merged into one. His hands formed a mudra that was exactly the same as the Buddha statue. Every minute expression on his face was exactly the same, turning into a miniature Buddha statue. He formed a mudra with both hands and adjusted his minute expressions to be exactly the same. His body and the Buddha statue were truly one. He felt a force leave his body and slowly merge into the void, merging with the towering Buddha statue. He vaguely sensed that this force was merit. He had already accumulated a huge amount of merit. He knew that merit was used to advance his cultivation, but he did not expect it to be used here. The merit kept flowing into the towering Buddha statue, which gradually emitted a hazy, golden light. Gradually, the golden light expanded and enveloped Chu Li, covering his entire body. His body turned golden as if he was covered in a layer of golden powder. Slowly, the golden color became thicker and thicker. After 2 hours, the golden light flashed. He seemed to be made of purple gold and was no different from the Buddha statue beside him. Amitabha. He suddenly lost control of his mouth and involuntarily chanted the name of Buddha. It was vast and boundless, as if it came from the endless void, but also as if it came from the bottom of his heart. It was strange and mysterious. The name of Buddha washed his body and mind like water. Once again, his body and mind went through another round of purification. His mind flashed, and all the Buddhist scriptures flashed in his mind. It was just a flash, but it had already left behind the light of wisdom. The golden light disappeared, and he woke up. After what seemed like a long time, but also like an instant, he slowly woke up. His eyes opened and suddenly lit up. 2 rays of golden light shot out from the pair of eyes and into the void. They condensed and did not dissipate. They traveled a great distance, so far that the human eye could not see them. Through the omniscient mystical mirror, Chu Li could see that the 2 golden lights had broken through a distance of 100 miles. It was truly shocking. When they finally dissipated, they slowly hid in the void. It was as if they had not disappeared but had just drilled into the void. Chu Li was amazed. He had the Great Circle mystic void mirror, so he didn't feel much about the distance. However, when he finally hid in the void, he saw the past and the future. The heavenly eye had been strengthened once more, and it was far beyond his imagination. In a flash, he appeared in his own courtyard. Monk Ding Ding was in a daze. When he saw him suddenly appear, he hurriedly said, "Junior brother Ding Ru?" Chu Li smiled. "Senior brother, I just returned from Kundi's dojo. You can pass Kundi's dojo." Monk Ding Ding was shocked. Chu Li slowly nodded. Amitabha. Monk Ding Ding pressed his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. "Congratulations." Kundi's dojo was a legendary existence. Many people in the temple knew of its existence, but they doubted its existence. Perhaps it had already disappeared, so no one had been able to enter. This time, Chu Li's entry into Kundi's dojo confirmed the legend and strengthened the Great Mercy Temple's disciples' confidence. The key to the Dharma was confidence. Everything was created by the heart. As long as one had faith that they could achieve it. Once the Great Mercy Temple's disciples' confidence was strengthened, more people would enter Kundi's dojo to improve their Dharma cultivation. Chu Li smiled. "Senior brother, there's hope too, but you'll need to cripple your martial arts. If you don't have enough Dharma, you should be cautious." He recovered his martial arts very quickly, so he did not mind crippling his martial arts. Most people would need a long time to recover after their martial arts were crippled. It would affect the Great Mercy Temple strength. If there was an invasion from the outside, it would be disastrous. Understood. Monk Ding Ding nodded. Chu Li looked up at the void and smiled. "Senior brother, I'll be leaving now. The 12 demonic sects have retreated. Can you still find them?" Monk Ding Ding asked. Chu Li slowly nodded. "I'll try. Be careful," Monk Ding Ding said. Chu Li pressed his palms together and left the courtyard. After leaving the Great Mercy Temple, he appeared in a valley. In the Basilica of the Blood Sun sect, Zhang Chonghuai's face was gloomy. He stood in front of the wide window and stared at the opposite peak. The 12 devil sects were actually suppressed by a single monk to the point where they couldn't even lift their heads. They had no choice but to retreat and even had to move away from their original territory. It was truly depressing to muster such a large force. No matter how strong Monk Ding-Ru was, the 12 sect leaders could not take him down. Yet, they did not fight with their lives and had to avoid him. This caused the morale of the demonic sect disciples to plummet. They were extremely depressed and became irritable. There were more and more disputes in the sect. Ever since the demonic sect disciples started their cultivation, everything had been smooth sailing. They had developed a proud temperament. Now that they were forced to this state by a monk, they were all filled with anger that would explode from time to time. If they did not release the disciples and vent their anger on outsiders, it would be extremely troublesome for them to vent it on their own people. Sect leader, you're in a good mood. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard. Zhang Chonghuai frowned and turned his head. His expression changed. Chu Li was standing not far behind him. He was already in the basilica and was looking at him with a smile. Zhang Chonghuai gritted his teeth and scoffed. Ding-Ru, Chu Li smiled. Long time no see, sect leader Zhang. You've moved to a new place. The scenery is beautiful. You must be in a good mood. How did you find it? This was what Zhang Chonghuai wanted to know the most. They had blasted the original place into ruins and did not leave any clues. Moreover, with Miss Zhou's help, they were isolated from divination. It should be impossible for anyone to find them. However, this monk came looking for them. Everything they had done before was useless. It was a joke. Chu Li said, "It wasn't hard to find you. The Blood Sun sect's monstrous killing intent and resentment can't be concealed." Impossible, Zhang Chonghuai said coldly. He firmly believed in Miss Zhou's ability and did not believe that Chu Li could break through her isolation. Chu Li smiled. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Sect leader Zhang, today is the day your Blood Sun sect is destroyed. He had already made up his mind to destroy the Blood Sun sect and completely cut off their inheritance. This was a blessing to the world. Huh? Zhang Chonghuai laughed and shook his head. How arrogant. Chapter 2850. Huh? Zhang Chonghuai laughed even louder. Chu Li said coldly, "Watch out for my sword." The passing light, divine sword gently stabbed forward. The next moment, it had already entered Zhang Chonghuai's chest. Zhang Chonghuai's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Li in disbelief. Before he could take his hand out, the treasure in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. It was a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was so bright that it was visible. His face aged rapidly, and his hair turned white. In the blink of an eye, it felt like tens of thousands of years had passed. He turned from a strong middle-aged man to a decrepit old man. His aura was weak, and his vitality was fading like the tide. At that moment, two figures appeared. They were dressed in snow-white clothes and fluttered like fairies. They appeared behind Zhang Chonghuai on both sides. It was Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei. They pressed on Zhang Chonghuai's back without saying a word and channeled from the left and right. Zhang Chonghuai's vitality slowed down for a moment before it began to recover. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the two women had a special skill that could bring the dead back to life. If this continued, Zhang Chonghuai would not die. He would not allow Zhang Chonghuai to live. As long as he was alive, the Blood Sun sect would exist. He scoffed. "Ladies, why are you doing this? You can't save him." "Ding-Ru, how dare you?" Zhou Mei glanced at him and scoffed. "Why didn't you hide? Why did you force Lady Xiao to kill you?" Chu Li said, "If you insist on interfering, don't blame me for being merciless." "All right, kill us." Zhou Mei sneered. "Let's see if you dare." Chu Li drew his sword and stabbed forward. The two women took out their silver shields and placed them in front of themselves. However, the passing light divine sword did not stab them. It was aimed at Zhang Chonghuai. This time, the passing light divine sword flashed once. Zhang Chonghuai died instantly. When the passing light divine sword was fully activated, its power was shocking. It did not give him a chance to come back to life. As Chu Li drew his sword, his body suddenly went limp. A gust of wind blew and he turned into ashes. "Ding-Ru," Zhou Mei shouted. Zhou Shuang stared at him coldly. "How vicious." Chu Li could not help but laugh. "Miss Zhou Shuang, There are at least 800 innocent people who have died in Zhang Chonghuai's hands. He deserves to die 1,000 times for his crimes. Killing him is equivalent to enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens, eliminating evil and promoting good. How dare you call him vicious? Zhou Shuang sneered and said, "You killed him to get rid of evil, but I don't think so." Chu Li asked, "Do the two of you still want to keep pestering me?" Ding Ru, can you answer my question truthfully? Zhou Mei asked. Chu Li nodded. Speak. Just how did you find the Blood Sun sect? Zhou Mei stared into his eyes, her bright eyes flashing as she tried to see the minute changes in his expression. Chu Li smiled faintly. Divination. Impossible. Zhou Mei snorted. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. Why you have to lie? You're still a monk. Chu Li pressed his palms together. A monk does not lie. Zhou Mei furrowed her brows and stared at him. Did you really predict it? Chu Li nodded. Whether I tell the truth or not is up to me. Whether you believe me or not is up to you two ladies. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and entered the Blood Sun sect in the next moment. He began his massacre. One by one, the Blood Sun sect's masters died silently in their own courtyards. Chu Li was like a phantom, silently approaching them. Before they could notice, the passing light divine sword had already pierced them. The passing light divine sword seemed to have come alive in his hands. It was as if it was looking for people to kill on its own without him needing to activate it. There were no exceptions. In the blink of an eye, he had killed more than 20 masters. Activating the passing light divine sword required a huge amount of spiritual energy. However, he now felt that his spiritual energy was endless. The passing light divine sword consumed very little energy and did not feel strained at all. If he continued killing like this, it would not be a problem to kill another 100 people. Run, Zhou Mei shouted. Blood Sun sect's disciples. What are you waiting for? Chu Li was instantly enraged. He shouted, Miss Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei scoffed. Ding Ru, we can't just watch as you destroy the Blood Sun sect. Chu Li's face darkened. He leaped into the void, and a white light flashed from his left and right sleeves. Then, multiple God-punishing thunder swords appeared in the void. Wherever he looked, figures were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. The combination of the God-binding board and the God-destroying arrow was enough to hold them in place. Then, the God-punishing thunder sword shot out again. In the end, he did not even need the God-binding board or the God-destroying arrow. The God-punishing thunder sword was enough. The God-punishing thunder sword suddenly became extraordinarily powerful. He immediately understood that it must be because Miss Zhou had humiliated and suppressed him. Hence, his murderous intent grew stronger and stronger. The power of the God-punishing thunder sword had also increased. It was beyond imagination, and none of the Blood Sun sect's masters could stop it. When Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang saw this, their jade faces turned ugly. They did not expect Chu Li to suddenly become so terrifying. He did not need to move a finger. He could kill people with just a glance. If this continued, no matter how many masters the Blood Sun sect had, they would not be able to stop him from killing them. Stop him, Zhou Shuang said in a low voice. Zhou Mei said, his eyes are bloodshot. We can't stop him. We have to stop him even if we can't, Zhou Shuang said gravely. Zhou Mei frowned and stared at Chu Li. Chu Li stood in the void with his hands behind his back. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was watching coldly from the sidelines. However, wherever he looked, the Blood Sun sect's masters would be sent flying. Blood spurted out from their mouths before they fell to the ground and died. In just a short while, more than 30 Blood Sun sect's masters had died under his gaze. They could sense that this was an invisible sword aura. It was shockingly powerful, and they did not dare to touch it. Fortunately, they had the silver shield in hand, so they did not have to worry about their lives. They were only worried that Chu Li would kill everyone in the Blood Sun sect in one go. If that happened, they would not be able to explain themselves in front of the lady. Stop! The two of them appeared in front of Chu Li with their silver shields raised, ready to defend against Chu Li's passing light divine sword. Chu Li did not even look at them. He took a step and appeared in the void 100 feet away. His sleeves flashed with white light, and the Blood Sun sect's masters who were running in all directions froze one by one. Then they flew up and spurted out blood in the air. When they landed on the ground, they died without a sound. "Stop!" Zhou Shuang shouted coldly as she slapped at Chu Li. Zhou Mei followed closely behind and slapped at him. Chu Li took a step sideways to avoid the two palms and continued to activate the god-slaying thundersword. One by one, the Blood Sun sect disciples were sent flying and died while vomiting blood. The two women chased after him closely, but they were always one step away from touching him. The two women's jade faces were extremely gloomy. They looked at each other and nodded. They took out a token from their inner pockets. When the two palm-sized tokens were put together, a bright light shot out. It was like a sword piercing through the void toward Chu Li at an incredible speed. Chu Li took a step to avoid it. The two women put their hands together and waved them gently. The light condensed and did not dissipate. It was like a long sword was moving with their joined palms. It was light and agile, and it was several times faster than a normal treasure sword. Chu Li kept dodging, and they kept waving. In the blink of an eye, the sword light was everywhere and filled the void. Chu Li was forced far away, almost out of the Blood Sun sect's territory. There was no lack of smart disciples among the Blood Sun sect's disciples. When they saw this, they hid behind the two women. Unknowingly, there were 100 Blood Sun sect disciples standing behind the two women, protecting them from Chu Li's approach. There was also an invisible force around them that blocked the god-binding boards and god-slaying arrows. Chu Li's expression was solemn. The rest of the disciples had been killed, and the Blood Sun sect only had about 100 disciples left. If he did not kill these 100 disciples, it would not be considered destroying the Blood Sun sect, and they would soon rise again. Chapter 28:51. Ladies, why did you stop me? Chu Li asked. Zhou Shuang said coldly, "Stop, don't force us to kill you." Chu Li laughed. "Thank you for your mercy, Lady Zhou Shuang, but they're a scourge if left alive. They've killed so many innocent people, and their hands are stained with innocent blood. How can they be left alive?" "Not to this extent," Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. "Lady Zhou Mei, do you not understand, or are you pretending to be confused? Can't you see the anger in them? You can see it." Zhou Mei pouted. Chu Li said seriously, "In my eyes, they're as bright as candlelight in the night. I feel guilty when I see them alive, but I'm a sinner if I let them live." "Dingru, you can't kill them even if you have a glib tongue," Zhou Shuang said coldly. She felt that Chu Li was right. This monk didn't lie. He always told the truth. Even if he didn't want to tell the truth, he just didn't say it. He definitely wouldn't lie to them. The 100 Blood Sun sect disciples behind him all deserved to die. But no matter how much they deserved to die, it was Lady Zhou who decided their life and death. "Yes," Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li frowned. "If that's the case, please don't blame me for being merciless." "Sorry." He disappeared in a flash. But in the next moment, the sword light swept past. He emerged from the void, and the passing light divine sword had to face the long sword light. The sword light was fast and ruthless, tearing through the void. If he was hit by it, his life would be in danger. This was a warning from his instincts. He had to take it seriously and face it. Bang! The sky was filled with light, covering his body. He could not open his eyes, but did not stop his great circle mystical mirror from clearly seeing the approaching light sword. He kept dodging, but the sword light had already filled the void. He could only face it again. Bang! The sky was covered in light again. This time, he took advantage of the light sword to retreat and appeared in front of the two girls. He sheathed his sword and formed a seal with both hands, chanting, "Amit Ba." It was as if a voice came from beyond the sky. The two girls were stunned. The 100 Blood Sun sect disciples were stunned as well. They were suppressed by the Buddha's chant and could not move. It was as if their eyes had lost focus. The next moment, Chu Li dove into the crowd of Blood Sun sect disciples. Wherever he looked, the god-slaying thunder sword danced in the air. Bang! 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 Amidst the continuous muffled sounds, all of them were sent flying backwards, blood spurting out of their mouths as they died in midair. Ah! Zhou Mei screamed angrily as her sword of light swept out. Chu Li's figure flashed as he remained in the midst of the Blood Sun sect disciples. No matter how the light swords attacked him, he did not dodge or evade. Clearly, he was confident that they would not harm the Blood Sun sect disciples. Chu Li smiled and continued to shoot out the god-slaying thunder sword as the light sword glided over their heads. Pung, 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 pung. The muffled sounds kept ringing. The two women panicked. They were furious at Chu Li's cunning. They could not exert their strength and were restrained by Chu Li. They were extremely aggrieved. Zhou Shuang shouted coldly, "Disperse." Zhou Mei hurriedly said, "Disperse quickly. I will kill him." The Blood Sun sect disciples had long since been terrified. Although they killed without batting an eyelid and weren't afraid of death, being killed by Chu Li without being able to put up any resistance still made them feel unreconciled. They didn't want to die like this. They hurriedly scattered, but Chu Li was still hot on their heels. The two women laughed coldly as they brandished their light swords. Chu Li did not stop flashing and shot out his god-slaying thunder sword as if it did not consume any spiritual energy. In an instant, he had shot out more than 10 swords. Before the two women could catch up, all the Blood Sun sect disciples were dead. Chu Li laughed heartily. "Thank you, ladies." The two women separated their hands with gloomy faces. When the light swords dispersed, the tokens in their hands were already dim, no different from their emotions. They were angry and inevitably depressed. Chu Li had destroyed the Blood Sun sect right under their noses, and they could not stop him. This made them, who had always been arrogant and thought that they had no opponents besides the lady, feel pained. Chu Li smiled and pressed his palms together. "I will take my leave." "Wait," Zhou Mei shouted. Chu Li stopped moving. Zhou Mei stared at him and scoffed. "Dingru, you will regret this." Chu Li smiled. "What will Miss Zhou Mei do?" "The lady will definitely take revenge." Zhou Mei laughed coldly. "You will pay a greater price." Chu Li said, "As long as the Blood Sun sect is destroyed, any price will be worth it. It won't be too late for you to say that in the future." Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and scoffed. "Next time, we will definitely kill you." Chu Li pressed his palms together and floated away. Zhou Mei was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She slammed her palm down. Bang! A deep pit appeared on the ground. Zhou Shuang said, "There's no point in throwing a tantrum. He's already dead. This Dingru is too much." Zhou Mei gritted her teeth. "I must ask the lady for the treasure. I won't let him live next time." Zhou Shuang shook her head lightly. "You don't want to kill him?" Zhou Mei's eyes widened. Zhou Shuang said, "He has already matured. With the passing light divine sword in hand, even our light swords can't do anything to him. There won't be any other treasure that can kill him. Don't waste your efforts." "Are we just going to let him be?" Zhou Mei said hatefully. Zhou Shuang shook her head calmly. "He has already reached this stage. The lady can only do it herself." "It seems like the lady doesn't want to deal with him herself." Zhou Mei frowned. As the lady's personal maid, she had a deep understanding of the lady. She could tell that the lady did not want to kill Chu Li personally. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Although she did not know the reason, the lady had always been far-sighted and meticulous in her actions. There must be a reason. As a maid, Zhou Shuang only needed to obey without thinking too much. Zhou Shuang said, "In the past, it wasn't worth it to do it personally. It's different now. If the lady doesn't do it, we won't be able to kill him." "I'll beg the lady," Zhou Mei said. Zhou Shuang smiled. "Are you really going to kill him?" Zhou Mei nodded without hesitation. "Are we going to keep him alive to piss us off?" Zhou Shuang said. He was merciful back then. Zhou Mei wrinkled her nose and scoffed. "I don't appreciate it." Zhou Shuang smiled faintly. Zhou Mei scoffed. "I'll tell the lady myself." Zhou Shuang shook her head. Zhou Mei rolled her eyes. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I have a clear conscience anyway." Zhou Shuang smiled. All right. We don't have to discuss how to deal with him. The lady will decide." "That's true." Zhou Mei secretly sighed in relief. She hated Chu Li, but she was hesitant to kill him. They also admired the strong. Among all the people they had met, Chu Li was the strongest other than the lady. They admired him and appreciated him. Deep down, they did not want him to die like this. The next moment, Chu Li appeared at the Great Mercy Temple and crippled his martial arts. He was satisfied. The Blood Sun sect was finally destroyed. From now on, the Blood Sun sect no longer existed. He pressed his palms together and bowed to the void. Then, he chanted Ba. He disappeared in an instant and appeared at the Kundi dojo in the next moment. He stood in the void and faced the towering Buddha statue. His hands formed a mudra that was no different from a Buddha statue. The expression on his face was the same as his physique. He remained motionless as he chanted the Buddhist scriptures. Chapter 2852. The power of merit flowed into the towering Buddha statue. Gradually, a hazy golden light overflowed from the Buddha statue and expanded until it enveloped Chu Li. Bathed in the golden light, Chu Li's body was gradually dyed gold, as if he was covered in gold powder. Finally, he opened his mouth and chanted Ba. The Buddhist chant seemed to have come from the ancient times, coming from the boundless void sky. His entire body was cleansed once more. It was as if his body did not exist. He floated in the air freely and peacefully. He laughed and squinted his eyes. The golden light from the Buddha statue entered his body and turned into two golden lights that shot into the sky. It was as if Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang had condensed light swords and pierced into the distant sky. Chu Li felt his spirit become stronger and his heaven's eye improved. It was as if nothing could escape his observation. The past and future could be seen as clearly as palm lines. However, he quickly regained his senses. It was all an illusion. No matter how strong he was, he could not reach such a level. The past had happened, so it was easy to see it. However, the future was full of endless variables. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to see it clearly. Divination could only see a fragment or a scene, but it was impossible to see it clearly. His divination was one of the variables. The scene he saw could be interfered with by him at any time and change into something else. Therefore, it was almost impossible to see the future clearly. The heavens' eye was magical. The more he deepened it, the more amazing he felt. It was as if he could see a scene in the future beyond cause and effect. He slowly left the Kundi Taoist hall and returned to his courtyard. The next moment, he appeared in front of a towering mountain. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at it thoughtfully. "Who's there?" A sudden shout was heard. Two young men appeared in the void and looked down at Chu Li with unfriendly expressions. They vaguely felt that Chu Li was up to no good. Chu Li wore a gray robe and pressed his palms together. "Is this the Tian Luo sect?" "Yes," the two young men said. "Who are you?" "I'm Ding Ru," Chu Li said. Ding Ru. The two men pondered and thought about this Dharma name. Their expressions changed at the same time, and a cold glint flashed in their eyes. "Demon Subduing Hall, Monk Ding Ru?" Chu Li nodded. "That's me. The renowned Monk Ding Ru. I didn't expect you to be so bold that you actually dare to come to our place." The round-faced youth shook his head and said, "Don't think that you're invincible just because you destroyed the Blood Sun sect." Chu Li said, "Looks like the news has spread. We received word that you destroyed the Blood Sun sect." The round-faced youth sneered and said disdainfully, "Who does the Blood Sun sect think they are? They're only at the bottom of the 12 sects. Today, I have come to destroy the Tian Luo sect. Ding Ru from the Demon Slayer Hall, you must be courting death today." The burly elder in the lead said coldly, "This is not the Blood Sun sect. It's not your place to behave atrociously. Since you're here, leave your life behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and everyone pounced on Chu Li. 36 people formed a formation. Suddenly, violent energy surged forth, wanting to drown Chu Li. This strange energy was cold and intense. It was like a combination of ice and fire. It was fierce and domineering, similar to the power of thunder and lightning. It was truly shocking. However, Chu Li was least afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. He twisted his body like a fish swimming freely in water. He had no qualms about this kind of energy. He lightly unsheathed his sword and stabbed it. Ugh! One person was instantly hit by the sword. He quickly aged and turned into dust that scattered in the air. He completely disappeared from the world. Even his soul was not spared. With one person dead, the formation slowed down. The passing light divine sword was extremely fast, as if it had a mind of its own. It stabbed into another person's chest and turned him into dust before stabbing another person. No one could avoid its stab. After killing 6 people in one go, the expressions of the remaining 30 people changed slightly and became stern. They finally understood how powerful it was. It was no wonder that the Blood Sun sect was destroyed. Fight with your life, the burly elder shouted. He pounced at Chu Li after he finished speaking. However, Chu Li disappeared in a flash. Bang! The burly elder suddenly exploded and turned into a red mist that shrouded Chu Li's original position. Bang, 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 bang. The 20 people disappeared. 10 of them turned into red mist that shrouded the surrounding void. Chu Li appeared 100 meters away and shook his head. These people really had the demeanor of Azura. They did not care about their own lives and self-destructed at the slightest provocation. The void was locked. He was forced out of the void and revealed himself. The next moment, the 20 elders appeared beside him and exploded. Bang, 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 bang. He wanted to dodge, but could not do so in time. He was shrouded by the red mist. The cold and scorching energy drilled into him and exploded before he could convert it. Instantly, his internal organs felt like they were stabbed more than 10 times. His face turned pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his recovery was amazing. The spiritual energy from the upper heavens surged, and he recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Clap, clap. 2 slaps were heard. The 2 young monks stood in the void and clapped lightly, revealing looks of admiration. Chapter 2853. Chu Li frowned as he looked at the 2 young monks. They both wore purple kasayas, showing their noble status. One was handsome, while the other was chubby like the Mithra Buddha. The handsome monk clapped his hands and praised, as expected of the demon subduing temple master. Good skills. That's the passing light, divine sword. The fat monk chuckled and asked, what a vicious sword. It goes against the harmony of heaven and earth. It's better to use it sparingly to avoid incurring endless karma. Umitba. He could tell that the passing light divine sword could directly destroy souls. Those who died under the passing light divine sword could not enter reincarnation and would directly disappear from the world. This was tantamount to incurring karma and going against the principles of reincarnation. Chu Li calmly pressed his palms together. Masters, what can I do for you? He had already recognized them. The handsome young monk was the Samsara Temple Master, Monk Wu Ming. The other chubby young monk was the Tathagata Temple Master, Tan Ming. When these 2 monks fought with Monk Chung Yun, he saw it with his own eyes and knew their identities. As the hall masters of 2 of the 5 great halls, their cultivation bases were also the highest, only slightly inferior to his. If the 2 of them were to team up, and if they had treasures to protect themselves, it was not impossible for them to challenge him. Umitba. The 2 monks pressed their palms together. Chu Li looked at them calmly. Master Dingru, we're here to persuade you. The chubby Tan Ming grinned. Why do you have to ask for trouble and go against the heavens? Chu Li laughed. Masters, are you here on Miss Zhou's orders? No. Tan Ming shook his head. We came here on our own. Chu Li frowned. If it's not Miss Zhou's orders, why are you here? Miss Zhou is the child of heaven and earth. She came with a wish, Tan Ming said. Her goal is not to destroy the Buddhist faction, but to combine the demonic faction with the Buddhist faction. Chu Li laughed and shook his head. The Buddhist faction and the demonic faction are like fire and water. How can they be united? Why not? The handsome monk Wu Ming said coldly. Just like our 5 major temples. Which one of them isn't united? Chu Li frowned at him. Monk Wu Ming said, once the Buddhists and demons are united, they will definitely surpass the current Buddhism. At that time, Which sect in the world can stop them? There will be countless believers in the world. How can the Buddhism not prosper? Monk Tenming nodded slowly in agreement. Chuli said, how ambitious. He didn't expect Ms. Zhou to have such great ambitions. She actually wanted to unify the Buddhist path and the devil path. Although our Buddhism is big, there aren't many among the top 100 sections. The Wuming monk said in a deep voice, they're being suppressed by the various factions intentionally or unintentionally. The scale of their believers is also insufficient. Chuli frowned. It's already not bad. It's far from enough. Wuming monk said in a deep voice, Master Dingru, don't you want to establish a Buddhist nation on earth and turn this world into a paradise? Monk Tan Meng said sternly, as long as there are enough believers, our world can be transformed into the pure land of ultimate bliss. What kind of merit would that be? All Buddhist disciples won't have to enter reincarnation anymore. As he spoke, his eyes shone with a fanatical light. Chuli frowned as he listened, deep in thought. He never thought that the two of them would have such thoughts. They were even more ambitious than him. He only thought about how to ascend to the next level and never thought about turning this level into a paradise. If it could become a paradise, the Buddhist disciples of this world would be directly in this world after they died. They would then be reincarnated and continue cultivating. This way, they would be reincarnated between life and death and eventually become Buddha. With Buddha, this pure land of ultimate bliss would be even more powerful. Even if the Buddhist disciples did not reincarnate after death, they would still be able to live in this world. The two monks stared at him without blinking. Chuli pondered for a moment before shaking his head and sighing. Grand ambition, I'm impressed. Then join us and lend almsgiver Zhou a hand. Monk Tenming laughed as he listened. Although she's a woman, she's the reincarnation of Guanyin. She's the most crucial person to realize the pure land of ultimate bliss. Chuli said, are the two of you so confident that she can do it? Lady Zhou's knowledge is as profound as the heavens, and her skills are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. She has reached an unimaginable level. Monk Wu Ming said calmly, if she can't do it, then no one else can. Monk Tan Ming said, she's worth a try. At worst, we'll just die. Chu Li said, I'm just afraid that she'll be the first to destroy the Buddhist sect and let the demonic sect rule this world. Monk Wu Ming said calmly, although Ms. Zhou has suppressed the 12 demon sects, she has never attacked the Buddhist sect. She's not from the demonic sect. Chu Li said, although she didn't attack, the demonic sect did. Without her secret permission, the 12 demon sects wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Moreover, it's shocking that the 12 demon sects have recovered to this extent. The two monks shook their heads and smiled. Monk Wu Ming said, the recovery of the 12 demon sects has nothing to do with Miss Zhou. It's the result of the ebb and flow of yin and yang. They've been weak for a long time, and it's time for them to rise again. Chu Li frowned. Monk Tan Meng said, Master Dingru, there's no need for Ms. Zhou to lie to us about this. She saw that the 12 demon sects are rising again, so she secretly tamed them to prevent them from going against the Buddhist sect. Chu Li chuckled. She's aware of the Blood Sun sect's actions, right? Since when did she interfere? She's always been an isolated cultivation. How could she care so much? Moreover, the world has its own rules. She can't interfere with everything. Monk Tan Meng said, she's not a Buddhist protector, nor is she one of the 5 major temple leaders. This Miss Zhou is unscrupulous. Chu Li shook his head. He thought of the situation where he was coerced, and his anger surged again. Monk Tin Meng smiled. This is just a test of character. She won't really kill anyone. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Then have the 2 masters pass the test. We made the same choice as you, Master Dingru. Monk Tin Meng nodded and smiled. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. Monk Wu Ming said, we hated Ms. Zhou back then too. What changed your mind after that? Chu Li asked. Monk Wu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Monk Tin Meng also smiled bitterly. Chu Li said, it can't be that she captured you and had a heart-to-heart talk with you, right? More or less, Monk Wu Ming said. Monk Tin Ming chuckled. We're completely convinced. Miss Zhou's methods are very powerful. We don't want Master Ding Ru to personally experience it, so we came to persuade you in advance. Chu Li scoffed. Then I'd like to personally experience Miss Zhou's methods. Sigh. Monk Tan Ming shook his head. Master Ding Ru, we won't lie to you, nor will we harm you. If you give in early, you'll save yourself a lot of trouble. Chu Li said. Do the two masters really believe in her great ambition? She swore a poison oath. Monk Wu Ming said. Chu Li frowned. A poison oath might not work. It might not be true. We'd rather believe her this time. Monk Wu Ming said in a low voice. You only have one chance. Monk Tin Ming nodded vigorously. Chapter 2854. Chu Li shook his head. Then forgive me for not being able to accompany her. I don't trust her. The two monks looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Chu Li said, Masters, farewell. Wait, Monk Wu Ming said. Chu Li frowned at him, then at Tan Ming, who looked like a Mithril Buddha, and smiled. Do you want to kill me? Master Ding Ru, you're stubborn. We can only offend you, Monk Wu Ming said. His eyes suddenly became sharp as if he wanted to pierce through Chu Li. Chu Li frowned. Killing each other? Last time it was Master Cheng Yun. This time it's my turn. I wonder how Master Cheng Yun is doing. He escaped and hid in the Golden Arhut Hall. We can't do anything to him. Monk Wu Ming said, Unless you hide in the demon-subduing hall too, we have no choice but to take you down. Monk Tin Ming pressed his palms together. Amit Ba, we have good intentions. Please forgive us, Master Ding Ru. Ha! Chu Li laughed. Monk Tan Ming looked embarrassed. Monk Wu Ming's expression was solemn as he said firmly, Do it. Chu Li had already recovered as his injuries were healed. The energy around him surged, and he could not wait to attack. Sorry. Monk Tan Ming sighed and pressed his palms together. Master Ding Ru will understand our efforts in the future. Chu Li said, Then let's see who's the real deal. He unsheathed his sword and stabbed it lightly. Ding! The tip of the sword pierced a small silver shield. Chu Li's expression darkened as he sheathed his sword and formed a seal with his palms. He was very familiar with this silver shield. It was the one used by Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei. It could block the passing light divine sword and was specialized in restraining the passing light divine sword. Even if he used the passing light divine sword, it would be useless. It would not be able to break through the defense of the silver shield. The silver shields were endless, and he had already tried to break through them, but could not break through them completely. A large bronze seal descended from the void, pressing down like a small mountain. Monk Tan Ming and Monk Wu Ming felt their bodies become sluggish and could not move. They could only watch as the bronze seal pressed down. Suddenly, their purple gold kasaya fluttered as they shouted, Moo! The two of them loosened their bodies and immediately broke free from the bindings, dodging to the side. With a muffled rumble, the bronze seal fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. It was as if a mountain had crashed down. Chu Li frowned. Another bronze seal descended from the sky. It was about the size of a small courtyard, like a mountain falling from the sky. It was incredibly fast, and a formless power emanated from the seal, binding the surrounding space. The combined might of the two seals was astonishing, not inferior to the passing light divine sword. The difference between the two seals and the passing light divine sword was that they extracted different energies. The demon-subduing seal and the heaven cataclysmic seal combined to form the bronze seal extracted inner energy. On the other hand, the passing light sword was spiritual energy. The two were completely different. However, the effect was almost the same. Both of them had great power, locking down the void and making it impossible for people to move. It was similar to the power of the god binding disc. Moo! Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming both formed hand seals and shouted, using secret incantations to break the lock space. Chu Li frowned in confusion. If it was so easy to break the lock space, it would not be strange for the two seals to combine. Logically, with their cultivation level, They should not have been able to break the seal with just Buddhist incantations. However, they were able to do it, which made Chu Li very confused. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. He focused his eyes and immediately saw through it. Masters, why hide it? What treasure is it? Chu Li shouted. Rumble! The bronze seal fell to the ground, creating another deep pit. When the bronze seal fell, the patterns on the seal were clearly visible, emitting a dark luster. It was so real that people would think that it was made of real bronze. It was hard to imagine that it was condensed from inner energy. Chu Li saw that the wide sleeves of the two men were emitting a hazy white light. They were using Buddhist incantations to trigger this white light. This white light was difficult to see with the naked eye, no matter how high one's cultivation level was. Chu Li had the great circle mystical mirror and the heaven's eye, which was unfathomable, which was why he could see it. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming looked at each other and took out a seal from their sleeves. In Monk Wu Ming's hand was a purple jade seal, while Monk Tan Ming's was a green jade seal. The jade seal was only the size of a palm, but it emitted a warm luster as if clear spring water was flowing within it. Rumble! The bronze seal fell from the sky again, and a deep pit was formed on the ground. With the small seals in their hands, the two men could always break the lock space of the bronze seal and easily avoid it. Chu Li asked, "What seal is this?" "Heaven-suppressing seal," Monk Wu Ming said. Monk Tin Ming smiled. "Sky-suppressing seal." Chu Li scoffed. "This can't be yours, right? Why do you say that?" Monk Wu Ming said coldly, "You're underestimating us. Your demon-subduing hall has the demon-subduing seal. Why can't we have a sky-suppressing seal?" Monk Tan Ming said unhappily, "Master Dingru, you're underestimating Tathagata Hall's foundation." Chu Li shook his head. "Did Miss Zhou give it to you?" "No." The two men shook their heads. Chu Li frowned. "If you had these two seals, the world would have known about it long ago. It's impossible for you to only reveal it now. Miss Zhou is really generous to give us such a treasure." Monk Wu Ming said coldly, "A monk doesn't lie. We really obtained it ourselves." Monk Tin Ming nodded. "It's our own fortuitous encounter. It has nothing to do with Miss Zhou." "Huh." Chu Li shook his head and laughed, his hand seals still forming. Whoosh! A whistling sound suddenly appeared in the sky as two bronze seals fell at the same time toward the two monks. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming's expressions were extremely gloomy as they glared at Chu Li angrily. Chu Li's words had exposed the root of their problem. They actually suspected that these two seals were given to them by Miss Zhou. However, Miss Zhou was considerate and gave them the seals in a clever way, allowing them to have a fortuitous encounter. With Miss Zhou's ability to predict everything, it was very easy for her to plan such a fortuitous encounter. If it really was not planned by Miss Zhou, with her ability, it would be a piece of cake for her to predict this fortuitous encounter. It was already a favor that she did not destroy it. Therefore, no matter what, these two seals owed her a favor. They loved these two seals so much that they could not let go of them. They were deeply reliant on their power, so they felt awkward. Even if they submitted to Miss Zhou, it was only because they agreed with her ideals and felt that she had a chance to turn this world into a paradise. It was not because of her treasures. "Two seals in one," Monk Wu Ming said. Monk Tin Ming nodded solemnly. The two seals suddenly pressed together and collided. Suddenly, a jade seal appeared in the void and fell like a jade mountain. It hit the bronze seal first, even though it was launched later. With a loud boom, the bronze seal dissipated. The jade seal that was the size of a small mountain continued to fall. Chu Li's body froze as he suddenly felt an invisible force binding him. It was as if he was embedded in a rock and could not move. He could only watch as the jade seal fell and was about to crush him into meat paste. Buzz! Chu Li's body suddenly lit up and he escaped from the range of the jade seal. Chapter 2855. Ding! He unsheathed his sword and stabbed. The passing light divine sword collided with the jade seal, emitting a clear sound. His body trembled as the power from the seal was vast and boundless. It was as if a man was fighting against the sea. He was so small that he was not even worth mentioning. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, even with the passing light divine sword, he could not help but fly backward and spit out blood in the air. He was already injured. He was shocked. He did not expect the jade seal to be so powerful that even the passing light divine sword could not stop it. He stabbed again in the air. Ding! A clear ringing sound rang out as a silver shield shattered and shot out. Another jade seal fell from the void. Chuli flashed and dodged again. He had already formed a seal with both hands. A copper seal fell from the void and collided with the jade seal. Pong! With a loud bang, the copper seal shattered, turning into fragments that shot out in all directions before collapsing. Only a corner of the jade seal was left and continued to fall, but its speed was already hindered, so Chuli could easily dodge. He was shocked. He did not expect that with the passing light divine sword in hand, he could only dodge and still be at a disadvantage. The power of their combined seals was shocking and beyond imagination. He was even more certain that it was a gift from Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou had such a treasure, which made him more cautious. But why did Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei not use these two seals? It was obvious that there was a limit to the use of the two seals. Otherwise, the two women's cultivation levels were not inferior to Wu Ming and Tan Ming, so they should be able to use them. But they only used light swords. The two seals combined together and performed a surprisingly fast light sword. Such treasures were endless and impossible to guard against. No matter how strong his cultivation level was, he would be restricted when facing them. He quickly gathered his spirit and continued to deal with the two seals. Boom, bang, ding, all kinds of sounds were heard. Chuli was either waving his sword or forming seals to deal with the two jade seals. He was in a stalemate and was temporarily suppressed by Wu Ming and Tan Ming. Bang! He suddenly sheathed his sword and met the jade seal with both palms. It looked like he was overestimating himself and seeking his own death. As the jade seal descended, it was as if a small mountain was pressing down on him, about to flatten him. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion suddenly turned pale, and there was even a hint of defeat. It was as if his vitality had suddenly dissipated. It was as if a tree had suddenly withered. It was a rather frightening sight. The expressions of the two monks changed abruptly. The jade seal that was about to fall suddenly stopped above Chu Li's head. Chu Li extended his hands again and pressed them on the jade seal. Pong! He flew backwards. He spat out another arrow of blood in the air before falling limply to the ground. This? Monk Tan Ming paused and looked at Monk Wu Ming hesitantly. Their original intention was to persuade Chu Li to join them and turn this world into a paradise, not to kill Chu Li. They felt that Chu Li was a rare helper. Monk Wu Ming's expression was cold and solemn as he said in a deep voice, "He refuses to come to his senses. Let's just send him to the afterlife." But, Monk Tan Ming said, "His crime does not warrant death, but if he escapes, we'll all be dead next time," Monk Wu Ming said solemnly. He was extremely wary of Chu Li. They were able to suppress and injure Chu Li this time because they combined the two seals, catching Chu Li off guard. The next time he was prepared, he could escape and sneak up on them when they were alone. It would be very difficult for them to deal with him. This? Monk Tan Ming sighed. Why did it have to be like this? Those who deserve to be killed can only be killed, Monk Wu Ming said coldly. Chu Li's body was in the air as if he was about to die, but he heard their words clearly. He shook his head. He did not expect Monk Wu Ming to be so ruthless in attack when the time came. All right, Monk Tan Ming sighed. The jade seal that was originally floating in the air once again fell towards Chu Li, who was already lying on the ground. Chu Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Pong! The two of them flew backwards. They were caught off guard and were sent flying by the god-punishing thundersword. The jade seal in the air dissipated instantly. Chu Li unsheathed his sword and stabbed at Monk Wu Ming. A silver shield appeared in Monk Wu Ming's hand. Ding! The god-punishing thunder sword collided with the silver shield first. The silver shield trembled and seemed to be on the verge of dispersing. The god-punishing thunder sword's power increased greatly, but it was still inferior to the passing light divine sword and could not break the silver shield. By then, Monk Tanmeng had already returned to Monk Wu Ming's side, and their jade seals merged again. Another jade seal descended from the air. Chu Li had no choice but to stab at the jade seal. Ding! Chu Li flew backwards and spat out another arrow of blood. Ding! 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 The jade seals fell one after another. They looked huge and cumbersome, but they were actually as fast as lightning. He was tired of dealing with them. He could not dodge the second one and could only use the passing light divine sword to take them head on. The jade seals sent a strong vibration through the passing light divine sword. Even though his physical strength was amazing, his body still felt numb after a few hits and his movements became sluggish. He activated the life and death scripture, and waves of spiritual energy washed through his body, alleviating the abnormality. However, the power of the jade seals was far stronger than his combined seals. He could not reverse the situation and was suppressed to the point where he could not breathe. Bang! He was suddenly hit by the jade seal. He took it head-on with both his palms and flew backwards. Blood mist filled the air and his face was pale. He was barely breathing. The two monks were energized as the jade seals fell faster and faster. Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei suddenly appeared behind him. He had already noticed them, but could not dodge in time. He could only watch as they slapped his back. Then, his whole body went numb and became stiff. The next moment, the scenery reversed and changed rapidly. Light and shadow were distorted. He appeared at the peak of a mountain. Behind him was a small, thatched hut. There was a fence around the thatched hut, and some flowers were planted inside the fence. They were divided into several flower beds. The flowers were like brocade, and the vegetation was lush. A jade hand was placed on each of his shoulders. They were as white as jade and slender and smooth. One belonged to Zhou Mei, and the other to Zhou Shuang. They gently let go of Chu Li. Zhou Mei smiled sweetly. "Monk, we meet again." Zhou Shuang's cold jade face also revealed a smile. Chu Li sighed. "So it was you guys who played tricks. You're in our hands now." Zhou Mei smiled happily and scoffed. "You can't escape this time." As she spoke, she took the passing light divine sword from Chu Li's waist and tried to slowly pull it out. The passing light divine sword emitted a powerful force that pressed down like a mountain. Zhou Shuang pressed her palm on her back. The two of them worked together to resist the passing light divine sword's force and slowly pulled it out. Chu Li squinted his eyes and watched them pull the sword out. He felt a sense of loss, knowing that he would lose the passing light divine sword again. As the sword was pulled out of its scabbard, Zhou Mei bit her index finger and gently dripped a drop of blood onto the blade. She quickly drew a strange symbol, and the blood quickly disappeared. Phew! Zhou Mei let out a long sigh of relief. She looked relaxed and gently waved the passing light divine sword. She smiled sweetly. "I finally got it back. It belongs to whoever it belongs to. Monk Dingru, you're wasting your time." Chu Li frowned and stared at the passing light divine sword. He shook his head. He had lost his connection with the passing light divine sword. He had completely lost it. Zhou Shuang quickly patted Chu Li's chest and smiled. "It's done." Chapter 2856. Chu Li sighed. "How cruel. Monk Dingru, it's up to you whether you live or die," Zhou Shuang said coldly. Zhou Mei smiled. "Let's see how stubborn you are. Do you want to die, or do you want to stubbornly defend the demon-slaying hall?" Chu Li said, "If I die, I die. Why don't you kill me now?" "Do you think we won't dare?" Zhou Mei scoffed. Her bright eyes were glaring at him. She raised her passing light divine sword as if she was ready to stab him. No matter how powerful he would definitely die if he was stabbed by the passing light divine sword. Chu Li smiled calmly. "What joy is there in life and fear in death? Why don't you do it now and stab me to death? Everyone will be happy and there won't be any trouble. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhou Mei raised her sword. Zhou Shuang stopped her. Forget it. Don't fall into his trap. Oh, then he's asking for death on purpose. Zhou Mei tilted her head and looked at Chu Li. Looks like you're tired of living and want to die. Chu Li smiled calmly. Since I'm in your hands, Ms. Zhou won't let me go. Why don't you just go to the Western Paradise? You wish. Zhou Mei rolled her eyes at him. Tell me, are you going to surrender? Chu Li shook his head. Zhou Mei said, It's not up to you if you're in our hands. Chu Li smiled. I'm not willing to surrender. What can you do to me? Bam! Zhou Mei suddenly slammed her palm on his chest. It sounded like a drum. Chu Li froze again. Zhou Mei plucked a string of Buddhist prayer beads from his neck. She smiled as she sized up the string of Buddhist prayer beads. She snorted and said, Tell me, if I bring this string of Buddhist prayer beads to the Great Mercy Temple, what will they do? Chu Li frowned and smiled. The abbot won't fall for it. What if I ask the heavenly demonic sect disciples to wear these prayer beads and enter the Great Mercy Temple? Zhou Mei scoffed. Will it be difficult to fool the Great Mercy Temple? Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He then shook his head and smiled. It won't work. You're underestimating our abilities. Zhou Mei snorted a few times. She pouted her red lips and said, If I were to personally go to the Great Mercy Temple, the Great Mercy Temple would not be able to discover us at all. Moreover, we still have this. Chu Li said, Let's give it a try then. Zhou Shuang shook her head and said, Since we're not going to the Great Mercy Temple, why don't we go to the Mist Peak? Chu Li's expression immediately changed. He had expected them to know about Shao Qi, but Shao Qi was now an isolated cultivation in the small world, so it was difficult to find her. Therefore, he was not worried about Shao Qi. He was only worried about Lu Yurong and Sun Mingwei. Now that Sun and Lu had entered the demon-subduing hall to cultivate in seclusion, there was no need to worry about their safety. But Zhou Shuang's move was vicious. He could take his prayer beads to Mist Peak and ask them to summon Shao Qi back. Then, he could use the prayer beads to lure Shao Qi to a certain place where she would be controlled by them. When he thought of this situation, he felt inexplicably anxious. As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought of the worst-case scenario. Ding Ru, you're such a sentimental person. Zhou Mei sneered and pouted her red lips. As a monk and the demon-subduing hall leader, you have 3 women. Zhou Shuang nodded. I heard that Shao Qi is also a top-notch beauty. Zhou Mei scoffed. You're shameless. You still have the nerve to be a monk? You should have returned to secular life earlier. Zhou Shuang looked at him from head to toe and said slowly, You don't betray Buddha. You don't betray women. You have so many women, but you have a profound dharmic base. Master Dingru, how did you do it? Chu Li said, The fear of the impermanence of the world, the fear of loss, and the fear of fate are endless worries. To get rid of these worries, you need dharmic base. With a profound dharmic base, it'll be easier to study dharmic base when you have worries. Zhou Shuang frowned and thought about it, then shook her head. Because she practiced martial arts, she had also studied the Dharma, but she could not understand it. She felt that it was complicated and complicated, as vast as the sea. She sincerely admired those who had profound Dharma. However, she still had to do what she had to do. She sighed. Let's talk inside. She turned and pushed open the gate, then walked along the flower-filled path. Then, she pushed open the door of the thatched cottage and entered. Zhou Mei patted Chu Li's back. Chu Li regained his mobility and followed her into the thatched cottage. Zhou Mei held the passing light divine sword and swung it gently. She was filled with excitement from recovering something she had lost, and then followed Chu Li into the thatched cottage. The thatched cottage was clean, bright, and decorated simply. The 3 of them sat on 3 cattail hassocks on the floor. Zhou Shuang and Zhou Mei sat opposite him and quietly looked at him. Chu Li calmly looked at them. Zhou Mei said, It's useless to be stubborn now. We have ways to make you surrender. Zhou Shuang nodded. Master Dingru, you should know that resistance is useless at this point. You can either surrender or let your women die first. and then you'll die with them. Zhou Mei scoffed. If you don't go back, the two women hiding in Demon Subduing Hall will die, right? Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Demon Subduing Hall is enough for them to live for the rest of their lives. All right, then they'll be trapped there like prisoners for the rest of their lives. Zhou Mei scoffed. They'd rather die. Chu Li smiled without saying a word. The two felt helpless when they saw his expression. They could not torture him. As an eminent monk, he did not care about physical pain. If they wanted him to surrender, they would have to rely on his women. Master Dingru, I might as well tell you the truth. Zhou Shuang sighed. If you don't surrender, your women will be the ones suffering. Shao Qi won't be able to hide in Mist Peak. We have our ways to make her come out of isolation. Also, it's not easy to make her beg for death. Chu Li smiled. That depends on your abilities. The passing light divine sword is very powerful, but I don't think I've been able to unleash its full potential. Of course, if you don't know the passing light divine sword's sword kinesis heart technique, how can you unleash its full potential? Zhou Mei said proudly. You've obtained the sword, but not the sword kinesis heart technique. Chu Li smiled. Do you know the sword kinesis heart technique? Of course we do. Zhou Mei said proudly. However, this heart technique is too difficult. We haven't been able to cultivate it. Otherwise, you'd be long dead. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. It was no wonder. The passing light divine sword that he had derived was so terrifying. After he obtained it, although its power was great, it was not earth-shattering. There was a huge gap. It turned out that it was because of the sword kinesis heart technique. Zhou Mei said, What else do you want to ask? Ask quickly. She would take it as returning Chu Li's favor. Chu Li said, There's also the Heaven Suppression Seal and the Sky Piercing Seal. These two seals were given to you by Miss Zhou, right? It's good that you understand, Zhou Mei said. Chu Li pondered. Are these two seals also extraterrestrial objects? Of course. This world doesn't have such wonderful treasures. Zhou Mei nodded. Zhou Shuang said, It's not a shame that you lost to them. They were originally unstoppable. Dingru, you're asking for trouble by fighting against Lady Xiao. Zhou Mei scoffed. It's better to surrender and become a family. Back then, Lady Xiao gave you the passing light divine sword, but you didn't even appreciate it. You deserve a beating. Chapter 2857. Chu Li said, Give me the passing light sword. Lady Xiao thinks that you have a good character and are smart enough to give you the passing light sword on purpose. She thought that you would be grateful and become a family, but you pretended not to know. How annoying. Zhou Mei pouted and stared at him in disdain. Chu Li shook his head. Although the passing light sword is amazing, it's not to the point where I have to bow down to it. He could tell that the passing light sword came too easily and guessed that she had given it to him on purpose but pretended not to know. She would not pretend to be virtuous and give up on the passing light sword. You're too greedy, Dingru. Zhou Shuang frowned. Chu Li said, People of different principles cannot make plans together. Your lady is ambitious, and I'm ashamed of my inferiority, but I will never be her accomplice. He thought about how much blood would be shed to unify the devil's doctrine and Buddhism, and how many people Lady Zhou would have to kill, including many innocent people. He had also killed many people, but he was a sinner and would never kill the innocent. People of different principles cannot make plans together. Zhou Shuang said coldly. Then we're destined to be enemies. Chu Li nodded slowly. Zhou Mei scoffed. Dingru, you have to understand your current situation. Chu Li looked around the thatched cottage and smiled. Where is this? Don't tell me this is the lady's bedchamber? That's right. Zhou Mei scoffed. This is our residence. We've locked the void here, and outsiders can't enter. No one can save you, and we've crippled your martial arts. Don't even think about leaving. Chu Li said, Are you going to keep me captive? This is because you've shown mercy. Zhou Mei scoffed. If it was someone else who was so ignorant, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. We could have just killed him. Chu Li smiled. Thank you for being merciful. Zhou Shuang stared at him. You don't hate us? We all serve our own masters. I can only blame myself for not being capable enough. Chu Li shook his head. You don't have to waste your breath. I will never surrender to Lady Zhou, even if I have to kill the madam. All right. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth. Just you wait. Once we get our hands on Shao Qi, we'll see if you'll surrender. She felt that Chu Li was a sentimental person and would definitely surrender. Chu Li pressed his palms together and closed his eyes to meditate. He did not move an inch as if he was meditating. Humph. Zhou Mei raised her hand and clenched her fist, wanting to punch him. Zhou Shuang grabbed her fist and shook her head. This guy is really infuriating, Zhou Mei said hatefully. Zhou Shuang said, let's go. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Mei glared at Chu Li fiercely before she followed Zhou Shuang out of the thatched cottage and disappeared. Chu Li slowly opened his eyes. There was no inner force in his body, but his mind was clear. The void in his mind was still the same as before, as he recalled the scene from before. The copper seal formed by his two hand seals was actually not a match for the combined seals of Avidya and Monk Tanming. This made him very indignant. The demon subduing insignia was the ultimate art of the demon subduing hall, and they had made a name for themselves by using it to dominate the world. He had fused the heaven-flipping insignia into the demon subduing insignia, and its power had increased by another level. But it was still no match for Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Meng's heaven-suppressing insignia and heaven-connecting insignia. These were only the two treasures that Miss Zhou had taken out, but they were already so powerful. How could he, who had painstakingly integrated martial arts, endure this? He continued to observe in his mind. The appearance of the heaven suppression seal and the sky-piercing seal had already been imprinted in his mind. Moreover, by forcefully taking on the jade seal, he had come into contact with its power. He vaguely felt that the demon suppression seal and the heaven reversal seal were the same origin as these two seals and felt a sense of familiarity. When he forcefully took on the jade seal, it was as if he had overestimated himself. It was because of a flash of inspiration that he wanted to decipher these two seals and merge them into the demon suppression seal. After entering the Kundi dojo twice, his heavens, I became more profound. He could vaguely see the inside of the two seals. Combining it with the outside and the way the power worked, he had already understood the two seals. He kept observing the two seals and imitated them in the void in his mind over and over again. He had the experience of deciphering the heaven reversal seal, so he was familiar with it. After a while, he suddenly stood up and took a step forward. The next moment, he disappeared and reappeared in the void. A huge and majestic Buddha statue stood in the void, its eyes filled with compassion as it looked down on all living beings. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and revealed a surprised expression. This was the Kundi dojo? Wasn't the Kundi dojo in the Great Mercy Temple? That cottage had sealed the void. How could he enter the Kundi dojo? He was puzzled. Although he had crippled his inner energy and focused on forgetting himself from worldly affairs, these were the two conditions to enter the Kundi dojo. However, he was not in the Great Mercy Temple. How could he enter the Kundi dojo? Then, he put aside his curiosity and began to cultivate. His body merged with the huge Buddha statue, and he chanted a spell. After a while, the merits in his body slowly flowed into the Buddha statue and turned into a golden light that enveloped him. It went from shallow to deep, and then transformed into the heaven's eye. He opened his eyes and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the cottage. Everything that had happened earlier was like a dream. He got up and opened the cottage's window. He looked into the distance and saw the lush peaks. The rustling of the pine trees was calming. He could even see the stone patterns on the distant peaks clearly. His eyesight had reached an incredible level. Moreover, when he stared at the stone patterns, he could see the process of the formation of the stone patterns. After hundreds of thousands of years of wind, frost, rain, and dew, it had slowly formed into its current form. Then, he could see its changes in the future. 10 years later, two top-notch masters would fight on this peak and crush this stone. He could even see the faces of the two top-notch masters. One was the nameless monk, the other was the monk Tan Meng. The two of them fought fiercely as if they were mortal enemies. He could return to the great Mercy Temple through the Kundi Dojo now, but he had no intention of leaving. He turned around and sat on the cattail hassock again. He closed his eyes and continued to observe the two seals in his mind. At this moment, his spiritual force increased and his heaven's eye became stronger. He could see the details of the two jade seals more clearly. He had a better understanding of these details. Then, by referring to the circulation of energy, he slowly understood the essence of the two seals. Time passed quickly as he focused his clairvoyance. Soon it was evening. There was a knock on the door. Zhou Mei entered with a lunchbox in her hand. She placed it down in front of him and scoffed. "This is your meal. You only have 2 meals a day." Chu Li closed his eyes and did not move. "Don't play dead." Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li asked, "Miss, do you know the passing light divine sword's heart technique?" "Of course." Zhou Mei nodded and puffed out her chest. "But I won't tell you. Don't waste your time." Chu Li smiled. "Does the passing light divine sword really have a passing light divine sword's heart technique?" "I won't fall for it," Zhou Mei said in disdain. "It's just a small trick. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Chu Li sighed. "I didn't expect the passing light divine sword to have a passing light divine sword's heart technique. This heart technique must be very profound. It can even be used to control other treasured swords." "Of course," Zhou Mei said proudly. Chu Li asked, "What's the first sentence?" Zhou Mei glared at him and said nothing. Chu Li smiled. "I know the first sentence." He squinted his eyes as if there was a flash of light. Zhou Mei felt a chill around her, as if he had seen through her. Her expression changed. Chapter 2858. "You can't possibly know." Zhou Mei scoffed, unconvinced. "In this world, only Miss and us know." Chu Li shook his head and smiled. "I'll give it a try then." "Sure." Zhou Mei increasingly felt that he was bluffing. She curled her lips and said in disdain, "You want to ask about the sword control heart technique indirectly. You've really miscalculated and wasted your efforts." Chu Li said, "The first sentence is how can time be so leisurely? Leisurely and merciless." The first sentence of a mental cultivation method usually went straight to the core. The main idea was stated, but it would not talk about the specific operation of the mental cultivation method. It would first announce the main idea and the general idea, then explain the operation in detail. Almost all mental cultivation methods followed this path. The passing light sword's sword-controlling mantra was the same. Zhou Meiyu's expression changed. Zhou Shuang frowned. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at Chu Li, trying to see through him. Chu Li smiled. "How is it? Do you want to hear the next part?" "Impossible," Zhou Mei cried out. Zhou Shuang stared at Chu Li thoughtfully, sizing him up. Chu Li smiled and said, "Then let's go with the second line. The qi reaches beyond the sky. The spirit comes from the soul." "Impossible," Zhou Mei shouted again. She stared at Chu Li as if he was a monster and shouted, "How did you know that?" Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "What about the third sentence?" "Umph," Zhou Mei sneered. "How much do you know? Why don't you take a guess?" Chu Li grinned. "There should be a total of 12 sentences. "Not bad." Zhou Mei snorted and said, "There's no harm in telling you. There are a total of 12 lines. You know what the first 2 lines are for, but their power is far from enough." Chu Li smiled. "Are you sure that I only know these 2 lines, Miss Zhou? Then why don't you say your third sentence?" Zhou Mei sneered. Chu Li said, "First condense your soul, then move your spiritual energy. If it's going with the flow, it'll go down, and if it's going against the flow, it'll go up." Zhou Meiyu's face was solemn as she stared at him without saying a word. Zhou Shuang shook her head and said, "Master Dingru, don't tell me you learned about the sword control technique from us." There were only 3 people in the world who knew about the mental cultivation method of the Imperial Sword. It was impossible for him to know it from a miss, and he had never even seen the miss before. He could only have gotten it from the 2 of them. She looked at Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei was also exceptionally intelligent. Seeing that she was looking at her like this, she quickly said, "It's not me. It can't be you, right?" Zhou Shuang rolled her eyes. Zhou Mei looked at Chu Li and scoffed. Tell me, who told you this? Chu Li smiled and said, then I'll move on to the fourth and fifth sentences. He said the remaining 9 sentences in one breath, and finished all 12 sentences. The 2 women's faces were gloomy, and they stared at him in disbelief. Could it be that there was a 4th person in the world who knew the sword control mantra besides the 2 of them? Monk Ding-Ru had a fortuitous encounter, which was why he knew about the sword control heart technique. And they shook their heads. If Monk Ding-Ru really had the sword control mantra, he wouldn't have been caught by the 2 of them while he was down. The might of the sword control mantra combined with the passing light divine sword was beyond imagination, and the heaven-suppressing seal and the heaven-reaching seal wouldn't be able to block it. Zhou Mei gripped the passing light divine sword at her waist tightly and stared at him, afraid that he would suddenly attack and snatch the passing light divine sword. Once Monk Ding-Ru had the passing light divine sword, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. They wouldn't be able to stop him. Then, she remembered that Chu Li's martial arts had been crippled, so there was no need to worry. Zhou Shuang frowned and said, Master Ding-Ru, tell us, how did you get the sword control technique? Chu Li shook his head. Zhou Shuang said he got it from us. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. A monk doesn't lie. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I'll return the passing light divine sword to the lady now. Zhou Mei scoffed proudly. What's the point of having the sword control mantra? Without the passing light divine sword, as she spoke, she laughed proudly. Chu Li looked at the passing light divine sword. Zhou Mei gripped the passing light divine sword tightly, and her body tensed up. She knew that Chu Li had been crippled of his martial arts and had no inner energy, but she still couldn't help but feel nervous and threatened. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. Why did you do this? Then tell us, how did you know about the sword control mantra? Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li said, it seems like I'm not fated with the passing light divine sword. Amiba, forgive me for not seeing you off. He closed his eyes again after he finished speaking and remained motionless. Zhou Mei glared at him fiercely. Zhou Shuang said, Master Ding-Ru, you have the heaven's eye connection and can see through her thoughts, right? Chu Li opened his eyes in shock. Zhou Mei scoffed. It's useless even if he has the heaven's eye connection. We have treasures to protect ourselves so others can't see through us. Even if he has the heaven's eye connection, she was very confident in the treasures given by the lady. Zhou Shuang said, it seems like Master Ding-Ru's heaven's eye connection is beyond our imagination, so he can see through our thoughts and obtain the sword control mantra, right? Amiba. Chu Li pressed his palms together and remained silent. Zhou Mei hurriedly said, did he really learn about it from us? Just think about it. Zhou Shuang scoffed. She had made this speculation with the hope that she was imagining things, but she didn't expect her guess to be right. After coming to a realization, she recalled everything that had happened. Chu Li's actions were indeed strange, which confirmed her guess. Zhou Mei's eyes flashed, and after a moment, she said hatefully, how cunning. Chu Li smiled. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. The next moment, he appeared behind Zhou Mei and pressed his palm on the passing light divine sword. He unsheathed the sword and disappeared without a trace with the broken sword. Zhou Mei's grip was only on the scabbard. She looked at the empty scabbard and her face darkened. She gritted her teeth. Ding-Ru, she wanted to give chase. She could faintly sense her aura on the sword. However, before she could disappear, her wrist was grabbed. Zhou Shuang shook her head. Wait, hurry up and get the passing light divine sword back. If we lose it, we won't be able to explain to Lady Xiao. Zhou Mei anxiously stomped her feet and said, don't stop me. Zhou Shuang said, don't do anything rash. Zhou Mei anxiously shouted, if we delay any longer, we'll really lose it. Zhou Shuang shook her head. He has the sword control mantra. The passing light divine sword's power is not what it used to be. Moreover, his martial arts has been crippled by us. How can he get the treasure sword back? Something's wrong. What's wrong? Zhou Mei hurriedly asked. Zhou Shuang said, he's hiding his strength. We can't deal with him. We'll just have to apologize to Lady Xiao. The next moment, Chu Li suddenly appeared with the passing light, divine sword in his hand. He smiled. Miss Zhou Shuang, you're really meticulous. I'm impressed. Dingru, how dare you show yourself? Zhou Mei shouted and took out a token. Zhou Shuang did the same. The two of them stuck their tokens to each other. Suddenly, a light sword appeared between their hands and pointed at Chu Li. Chu Li waved his sword and slashed. Swoosh! A section of a light sword was cut off and dissipated in the air. The passing light, divine sword activated by the sword control mantra was indeed different. It was as if Chu Li had become one with the passing light, divine sword. The sword was his hand. It was agile and powerful. There was nothing it could not overcome and nothing it could not cut. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The light sword was cut by the passing light, divine sword a few times. It was broken into several pieces and dissipated in the air. The two women's expressions changed slightly. They stared at him in disbelief. Chu Li appeared beside Zhou Mei in the next moment. He pulled the scabbard over and smiled. Thank you for letting me win, ladies. He did not kill them. After all, the two women did not want to kill him. Moreover, they were not stained with blood. Dingru, you can't escape even if you have the passing light divine sword, Zhou Shuang said. Zhou Mei glared at him hatefully. Amiba. 2 monks appeared. Chapter 28:59. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Meng appeared in the air and bowed with pressed palms, smiling at him. Chu Li frowned and glanced at Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang. Ladies, did you ask them to help? You won't be able to escape if the four of us work together. Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li shook his head. It's useless. Then let's try. Zhou Mei said impatiently. Thank you, masters. Amiba. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Meng chanted the name of Buddha again. Then they took out a jade seal from their robes. One was purple and the other was white. The two seals combined, and instantly, a huge jade seal descended from the sky. Chu Li felt an endless force binding him, trying to flatten him. He could not move at all. He smiled and looked up at the sky. A small silver seal suddenly appeared in the sky. The small seal was only the size of a palm, square and exquisite. There were faint patterns on it, and it looked real. It was like a real seal and not an energy seal formed by inner energy. Ding! The huge jade seal collided with the small silver seal and let out a clear sound. Then, the jade seal collapsed into pieces and disappeared in the air as if it was just an illusion. This! Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Meng stared at Chu Li in disbelief. The two girls also stared. Chu Li smiled. I have to thank you for helping me. The power of the demon suppression seal has increased slightly. He had already understood the heaven suppression seal and sky crossing seal and merged them into the demon suppression seal and sky crossing seal. With the experience of merging the sky crossing seal into the demon suppression seal, it was much easier for him to merge the heaven suppression seal and sky crossing seal. Moreover, the silver seal was not only powerful but also had other uses. After it shattered the jade seal, it did not disappear. It only flickered twice and shone with silver light. Then, it retracted and became clear again as if it was a real silver seal. It stood still in the air as if it was looking down on everyone. Zhou Mei, Monk Wu Ming, and Monk Tan Meng looked serious. They looked away from Chu Li and stared at the small silver seal as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt an endless power emanating from the small silver seal and enveloped them. All their power seemed to be dissipating. If this continued, they would lose the power to fight soon. What kind of seal is this? Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and snorted. Chu Li smiled. 4 seals combined into one. I don't know what seal technique to call it. Heaven vanquishing seal. The demon subduing seal combined with the heaven flipping seal, the heaven suppressing seal, and the heaven-reaching seal. Combining their names, it would be most appropriate to call it the heaven-subduing seal. However, he still needed to continue perfecting the seal. It had not reached its peak yet. Given a little more time, he would be able to perfect the silver seal to perfection. At that time, its power might even double. Fu Tianyin, Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and said, "All right, you can leave now." She had already considered all the treasures she had, as well as the treasures of Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming. No matter how she thought about it, she could not block this Fu Tian seal. Moreover, she already had the passing light, divine sword with the sword control mantra. She had no chance of winning, so she might as well just admit defeat. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "Ms. Zhou Mei, I don't want to leave yet." "What are you trying to do?" Zhou Mei snorted. "You want to kill me?" Chu Li shook his head and looked at Monk Wu Ming. "You want to kill Master Wu Ming?" Zhou Mei pursed her red lips. "You better think this through. Master Wu Ming is the temple leader of the Samsara Temple. If you kill him, you'll be making an enemy of the Great Tile Wheel Temple." The reputation of the Great Tile Wheel Temple was not inferior to that of the Great Mercy Temple. Both temples practiced Buddhism, but their approaches were different. The Great Mercy Temple emphasized benevolence, while the Great Tile Wheel Temple emphasized the severing of emotions and character. Chu Li sized up Monk Wu Ming and shook his head. "An eye for an eye. Master Wu Ming, please." As soon as he finished speaking, the small silver seal fell. "Ba." Monk Wu Ming's expression was solemn as he threw the jade seal up. Monk Tan Ming put his palms together and threw the jade seal up as well. Bang! The two seals collided in the air with a loud bang. Then, they merged into one and turned into a jade seal. Its color had already turned dark green. The green was overflowing with vitality. Boom! The silver seal collided with the green seal. The silver seal stopped abruptly. After flashing violently for a few times, it dissipated in the air. The dark green seal flew out and split into two, landing in the hands of Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming respectively. They stopped after taking a few steps back. Their faces were pale, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. The recoil from the seal had injured them, and their injuries were not light. They had never thought that the power of the silver seal would reach such a level. The jade seal in their hands was a treasure that could isolate the attack of energy. Still, it had sent such a strong force over. If they had taken it head-on, they would have died without a doubt. With this understanding, they became even more fearful and did not dare to take the silver seal head-on. Chu Li praised. "Good." He took the strengths of the two seals and merged them into the demon overturning seal. The power of the demon overturning seal was shocking and far surpassed that of the heaven-suppressing seal and the sky-piercing seal. However, they were able to block the attack. He could not help but praise them. The small silver seal condensed in the air again and fell directly. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming gritted their teeth and threw the jade seals again. They merged into a dark green seal in the air, which was 3 times the size of the silver seal. They collided in the air, and the silver seal dissipated again. The 2 jade seals separated and shot back into the hands of the 2 monks. They took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Li did not seem to see them spit blood and continued to condense the silver seal. Bang, 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 bang. The small silver seal condensed continuously and fell again. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming's faces were pale as paper, and their breathing was heavy. They were barely holding themselves up and did not collapse. They seemed weak when they threw the jade seals. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and scoffed. "Monk Dingru, you've gone too far." She and Zhou Shuang were afraid of the power of the silver seal and did not rush to attack. They had been working hard to find a way to deal with Chu Li. They first had to see the real power of the silver seal, but they could not find a way to restrain Chu Li. However, when he saw how distressed Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tan Ming were and how they were on the verge of losing their lives, he could no longer hold it in. He took out his token and matched it with Zhou Shuang's token. A long light sword shot out from between their hands and slashed at Chu Li. Ding! Chu Li waved his hand, and the silver seal appeared in front of him, blocking the light sword. When the sword of light stabbed the silver seal, it let out a clear ring that lingered in the air. It gave people the illusion that the silver seal was a real silver seal. The 2 women were shocked. The silver seal suddenly shot out a silver light. Swoosh! A light sword shot at the two women, but it was a reflection of the silver seal. The two women were caught off guard and could not avoid the sword. Bang! They flew into the air. The white light that flickered endlessly around their bodies dissipated. The silver seal appeared above their heads in the next moment and was about to fall. Boom! The two jade seals shot into the air again and merged into a dark green seal to meet the silver seal. There was a loud noise, and the two jade seals were shot back, and the small silver seal dissipated. Chapter 2860. After the silver seal disappeared, it condensed again. This time, it was aimed at Monk Wu Ming, slowly descending with great force. Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang became more anxious. The surrounding void was locked. Even if they had treasures that could break through the void, it would not work this time. The heaven-suppressing seal was so powerful that it restrained their treasures. It was impossible to ask for help, so they could only think of a way themselves. Monk Wu Ming was someone that the lady valued, so she could not let anything happen to him. Bang! The two women held the silver shields and stood in front of Monk Wu Ming. The silver seal and the two shields disappeared together. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. The silver shields were indeed treasures with amazing defense. Wu Ming Monk revealed an expression of gratitude. He clenched his teeth, and his kasaya suddenly bulged up and stuck to his body. Several small vortexes seemed to appear around him, and several streams of spiritual energy entered his body through the vortexes. He recovered quickly, as if his previous injuries did not exist. A faint Buddha statue appeared above Monk Tanmeng's head, as if looking at him. Monk Tanmeng suddenly floated up, his purple-gold kasaya bulging. The Buddha statue slowly disappeared, and he slowly landed on the ground. His purple kasaya returned to normal, and so did his injuries. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. This is the temple leader. He did not get to see their true abilities last time, but this time he was forced to. He improved by leaps and bounds. Although he was younger than the two monks, his cultivation level was not bad. However, the two monks were not old either, probably just over 1,000 years old. The 5 major temples were equally famous because their techniques were top-notch. It was just that the demon-subduing temple only had a lifespan of 100 years, so their cultivation level rose very quickly. Otherwise, no matter how powerful their heart techniques were, they would still need time to accumulate, just like the other 4 temples. However, this did not mean that the other 4 temples' heart techniques were inferior to the demon-subduing temple. They just focused on different things. For example, the heart techniques of the Samsara Temple and Tathagata Temple were extraordinarily mysterious. Amitabha. Monk Tanmeng put his palms together and said slowly, "Master Dingru, stop." Chu Li smiled and looked at Monk Wu Ming on the other side. Monk Wu Ming narrowed his eyes, his handsome face solemn and solemn. He did not say a word. Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang stood in front of them. They puffed out their chests and glared at him. Chu Li smiled. How can I stop until I get my revenge? Although the demon-subduing palace doesn't dare to claim to be the best among the 5 palaces, I would like to experience the antique studies of the 5 palaces. Again. The silver seal once again condensed in the air and suddenly descended. The 2 jade seals once again flew up, fusing into a single dark green jade seal. The silver seal and dark green jade seal collided, causing a huge explosion that shook heaven and earth. The 2 women furrowed their brows and glided towards Chu Li. Chu Li shook his head and unsheathed his sword. Ding! The 2 women were sent flying, and the silver shields in their hands were destroyed. Their faces were ugly, and blood had already appeared at the corner of their mouths. Amitabha. Monk Wu Ming's expression changed, revealing a look of concern. Zhou Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Zhou Shuang shook her head. No, it's useless. Right now, they could not withstand Chu Li's passing light divine sword. Under the effects of the sword manipulation heart technique, the passing light divine sword's power was too strong. No matter how strong they were, it would be useless. Moreover, the 2 monks could not withstand his heaven-slaying seal either. If this continued, Only death awaited them. She was not worried about her own life because she had a feeling that Chuli would not kill them and would show mercy. However, the two monks would not be able to survive. It seemed like he hated them very much. She guessed that it was because they had submitted to the lady. Boom, boom, boom. The silver seal and the two jade seals collided continuously. The two monks were sent flying again and landed heavily on the ground. This time, the two women desperately wanted to help, but they were blocked by the passing light divine sword. Dingru, if you dare to kill them, the lady will kill you personally, Zhou Mei shouted. Chuli scoffed, and the silver seal fell towards Monk Tanmeng. Monk Tanmeng was already powerless. The injuries on his body were too severe, and even if he channeled to recover, it would take time. The two women could not buy him this time. He was already prepared to die, and his face was calm and serene. Monk Wu Ming's kasaya bulged, and a whirlpool appeared around him again. Spiritual energy surged into his body and healed it. The next moment, Chuli dodged and laughed. I'll spare you today. Goodbye. The next moment, he disappeared without a trace. The four of them felt their bodies suddenly relax, and the void returned to normal. Phew! Zhou Mei let out a long sigh of relief. Her delicate body staggered and almost fell, but Zhou Shuang held her up. Zhou Shuang held her and looked around, her body tense. It's okay, he won't come again. Zhou Mei shook her head. Zhou Shuang's frown did not relax. Monk Wu Ming and Monk Tanmeng's faces were pale, but they cried out, Jade Seal. Zhou Mei and Zhou Mei looked over and looked at the two monks in confusion. Monk Wu Ming gritted his teeth and said, he snatched the heaven suppression seal and the sky-piercing seal, Monk Tanmeng said. The two monks' faces were extremely ugly. They had personally experienced the power of the Jade Seal. It was truly a divine item from beyond the heavens, and its power was beyond imagination. It also had other uses, such as assisting and speeding up one's cultivation. They were extremely grateful to Lady Zhou for the two seals. It was truly a great fortune for them to be given such a divine item. With the Jade Seal, their cultivation would grow at an unimaginable speed, and they would be able to reach the peak in a few years. At that time, in this vast world, Lady Zhou might be the only one who could surpass them, and the rest would be mediocre. However, they had never expected that such a divine item would be snatched away. This was more painful than having the flesh in their hearts dug out. Dingru, Zhou Mei gritted her teeth. Zhou Shuang's jade face was solemn as she said in a low voice, then I'll have to trouble you. With these two jade seals, Monk Dingru would be like a tiger that had grown wings and become even more terrifying. They could no longer suppress him now, and with the two seals and the passing light divine sword, it was even more impossible. Monk Wu Ming asked, can we snatch it back? Zhou Shuang shook her head gently and sighed. Great Master Wu Ming, the chances are slim. Zhou Mei said, we snatched back the passing light divine sword last time. This time, we can also snatch back the heaven suppression seal and the sky-piercing seal, as well as the passing light divine sword. Zhou Shuang sighed. It's different. Invite the guests to make a move, Zhou Mei said. Zhou Shuang frowned. The guests won't make a move easily. Look at the situation now. If we don't invite the guests now, no one will be able to deal with him, Zhou Mei said hurriedly. At this moment, Chuli appeared in Demon Subduing Hall with the two jade seals in hand. Inside Demon Subduing Hall, the two women were cultivating in isolation on the second floor. The basilica was quiet as he sat in the middle of the basilica and studied the two jade seals. What he saw through clairvoyance was different from touching them personally. Through touching them, he could clearly feel the circulation of the jade seal's energy. The wisps of energy allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the two seals and gain a more thorough understanding of them. He kept caressing the two seals as his eyes flickered thoughtfully. A day passed by quietly. Suddenly, a silver seal appeared above his head. It was different from the silver seal from before, as it was more exquisite and more realistic. It floated lightly into his hand and felt like a real silver seal when he held it in his hand. Turbulent energy surged into the silver seal and then into his body. Unexpectedly, the sky-piercing seal could also absorb spiritual energy from beyond the heavens. Now that this magical effect had been integrated into the silver seal, the spiritual energy absorbed was not as pure as the spiritual energy absorbed by the life and death scripture. Chapter 28:61. Bang bang. Two muffled sounds were heard. The two jade seals suddenly exploded and turned into two balls of powder that fell down. Two white lights shot out from the powder and landed on the silver seal above Chu Li's head. The silver seal suddenly became clearer and faintly glowed with a golden light. However, this golden light was faintly discernible and indistinct. Chu Li let out a smile. The power of the Fu Tian seal increased by another level. The surrounding void suddenly became silent and completely isolated from the outside world, forming a world of its own. This way, it would be difficult for the outside world to spy on him. The next moment, he appeared at the peak of a mountain. The silver seal was still hovering above his head. The surroundings were still silent, as if it was another world. Although it was so close, it was like two different worlds. Chu Li let out a smile and nodded with satisfaction. At last, he did not waste all his efforts and calculations. In the end, he still obtained the passing light, divine sword, and these two jade seals, which increased his strength to an unimaginable level. The silver seal inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of the upper heaven and became much purer. Although it was inferior to the spiritual energy absorbed by the life and death scripture, it was pure enough to suppress this world. This was the wonder of the Tong Tian seal, and suppressing the surrounding void was the wonder of the heaven suppression seal and the heaven cataclysmic seal. The combination of the two was amazing. It could directly isolate the void and turn it into another world, completely isolating it. This was already beyond imagination. From now on, he was not afraid of the divination. The divination would not be able to find him. The next moment, he appeared at the bottom of a mountain. This mountain was not considered high, but it was filled with mist. The surrounding mountains seemed to be floating in the void. The mist seemed to be in the celestial realm. Chu Li looked up at the highest mountain and bowed with pressed palms. Amitabha. His Buddhist name was Calm, but it steadily traveled up the mountain. The soft sound echoed throughout the entire mountain. All the disciples in the mountain could hear it clearly, as if he was speaking in their ears. Halfway up the mountain was a valley. In the valley was a lake. The clear light was like a huge mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. The whole valley was bright because of the lake in the center. On the lake were winding corridors and small buildings. There were also a few small pavilions. Inside the pavilion, there were either people practicing martial arts or playing the zither. Everyone was busy with their own matters. These people were all women with high cultivations, and their skin was smooth and delicate. Even if they weren't beautiful, because of their jade white skin and clear eyes, they were above average people. They wore clothes of various colors, and their bodies were suffused with a faint fragrance. The whole valley seemed to be filled with a faint fragrance, and there was not a single place that wasn't beautiful. Hearing this, all the women stopped and looked in the direction of the entrance of the valley. A beautiful middle-aged woman who was playing the zither pressed her hands on it and said with a frown, "Xiao Zhu, Xiao Bai, go take a look." "Yes, master." The two delicate women responded crisply and fluttered away like two beautiful butterflies. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of Chu Li and sized him up. Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. "I'm Ding Ru. I'm here to see Peak Leader Mo Ding Ru." The two women tilted their heads and thought for a moment. Their expressions immediately changed. "Are you Demon Subduing Hall's Grandmaster Ding Ru?" a young girl asked hurriedly. Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. "It's me." "Please wait a moment, master," the young girl said hurriedly, then turned around and leaped away. She appeared in front of the woman playing the zither and fist saluted. "Master, It's Master Dingru from the Demon Slaying Hall. He's here to see you." The woman playing the zither, Emo Ching, frowned and said, "Xiao Zhu, invite him in." "Yes, master," the young girl responded and leaped out of the pavilion again, gliding away. Emo Ching's figure was graceful and beautiful, but she wasn't the most beautiful. Compared to Xiao Qi and Lu Yurong, she had a gentle temperament and was amiable. She pushed the zither away, stood up, and looked in the direction of the valley. The ripples of the lake shone on her jade-white face and her twinkling eyes. The next moment, Chuli appeared in the pavilion and pressed his palms together. "Greetings, Peak Leader Emo." He wore a gray robe and looked plain and ordinary. Emo Ching turned around and pressed her palms together. Her clear eyes quickly scanned Chu Li and asked calmly, "Master Dingru, what brings you here?" Chu Li smiled. "Peak Leader Emo, I'm here to see someone." "Who?" Emo Ching asked. Chu Li replied, "Xiao Qi." Emo Ching frowned and looked at him. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "Looks like Peak Leader Emo doesn't know Xiao Qi's identity. What other identity does she have?" Emo Ching asked. Chu Li looked around and was met with many curious eyes. More than 40 women were curiously looking at him from afar. The reputation of the demon subduing temples, temple master, spread far and wide. They knew about it and talked about it from time to time. They didn't expect the demon subduing temple master to suddenly appear in front of them. They couldn't hide their curiosity and looked at him boldly. Emo Ching waved her hand. "Leave?" "Yes, Peak Leader." Everyone reluctantly retreated, leaving the small pavilion on the lake and the waterside pavilion. They quietly entered the depths of the valley, disappearing without a trace. Only Chu Li and Emo Ching were left on the lake. "Can you tell me now?" Emo Ching asked. She wasn't worried that Chu Li would hurt her. After all, the demon-subduing temple wasn't a demon sect. They wouldn't kill people indiscriminately. Moreover, she was curious about Xiao Qi's identity and had high hopes for this talented disciple. Chu Li said, "She's my wife." "Master, you're a monk?" Emo Ching asked. Chu Li nodded. "I've only been a monk for 2 or 3 years. Emo Ching looked at him in surprise and slowly said, "I see. Master, you're here to see Xiao Qi?" Chu Li nodded. Emo Ching said, "You'll have to wait for a while. She's an isolated cultivation and can't be disturbed." She always thought that Xiao Qi wasn't married. She didn't expect Xiao Qi to have a husband. Moreover, her husband was such a great person. She couldn't see through him even when he stood in front of her, which meant that he was more powerful than her. Emo Ching wasn't angry and didn't blame Xiao Qi for hiding the truth. After all, Dingru had a high status, so it was reasonable for her to hide the truth. Emo Ching would do the same if she was in Xiao Qi's shoes. Chu Li said, "I'd like to disturb you for a while. I'm waiting for her to come out." Emo Ching frowned. "She's an isolated cultivation in the small world. I don't know when she'll come back. It could be a year or 2, 10 years, or even 100 years. Master, do you really want to wait here?" Chu Li nodded. "I'll feel more at ease." Emo Ching's expression changed slightly. Could it be that someone wants to harm her? Chu Li said, "I have an irreconcilable feud with the Devil Sect. The Devil Sect acts without scruples, so how can I not make use of them?" "Where'd you like to stay, Master?" Emo Ching asked. Chu Li smiled and pressed his palms together. "I can stay on the opposite peak." "All right." Emo Ching nodded slowly. "There's a cave on the opposite peak. Master, you can stay there." "Thank you, Peak Leader." Chu Li thanked her sincerely. Not every Peak Leader would be so understanding. If a powerhouse like Chu Li was spying on them, they would instinctively be on guard. Emo Ching's decisiveness showed that she was different from ordinary people. Mo Ching was smart, and her mind worked quickly. In the blink of an eye, she understood the pros and cons. Chapter 2862. As the Peak Leader, she could not give up on a peerless genius like Xiao Qi. Once she grew up, Mist Peak's status would skyrocket. This was an opportunity that Mist Peak had been longing for hundreds of thousands of years. So how could she give it up? Giving up on a disciple to avoid trouble would disappoint the disciples. How could a disloyal sect prosper? Mist Peak was close to disappearing. The demon-subduing temple's temple leader Ding Ru had a shocking reputation and was in the limelight for a while. He had reached the level of a top-notch master, so how could he reject such a strong support? Moreover, he was not an outsider now, but a son-in-law of Mist Peak. As the two were talking, they heard a Buddhist chant. Ba. Chuli shook his head and smiled. Peak leader Mo, don't mind me. Mo Ching nodded with a serious expression. I'll go take a look. Chuli pressed his palms together. Mo Ching returned the gesture and fluttered away. She returned a moment later with a monk by her side. Monk Wu Ming's purple gold robe fluttered in the wind, making him look even more handsome. He walked with Mo Ching to the gazebo on the lake. His expression changed when he saw Chu Li standing in the gazebo with his hands behind his back. His gray robe was fluttering as if it was going to be blown away by the wind. Master Ding Ru. Monk Wu Ming pressed his palms together with a serious expression. Chu Li smiled at him. Master Wu Ming, how's your injury? Thank you for your concern, Master Ding Ru. I'm fine, Monk Wu Ming replied. Mo Ching's gaze shifted between the two. Chu Li smiled. Peak leader Mo, I know Master Wu Ming. Mo Ching smiled sweetly. I see. Both of you are eminent Buddhist monks, so you must appreciate each other. May I know why Master Wu Ming has come to our peak? I'm here to congratulate you, Peak leader. Monk Wu Ming pressed his palms together and smiled. What's there to congratulate? Mo Ching asked. Monk Wu Ming took out a blue token from his pocket. This is the Star Order. Mo Ching's expression changed. She naturally knew the great name of the Star Medallion. It was a medallion issued by the Star-Seizing Sect. The holder of the medallion could enter the Star-Seizing Sect to cultivate and become a registered disciple of the Star-Seizing Sect. If their cultivation was successful, they could even become a direct disciple of the sect. The Star-Seizing Sect had a neutral position and did not interfere with worldly grudges. They only had one criterion for issuing the Star Order. Only those with the aptitude for divination could have a chance of obtaining the Star Medallion. Who does this medallion belong to? Mo Ching asked. Wu Ming smiled. There's a lady named Xiao Qi in your peak, right? Chuli chuckled. Mo Ching nodded slowly. Yes, Xiao Qi is a disciple of my peak. This token is from Miss Xiao. Congratulations, Peak Master. Monk Wu Ming smiled and said, I'm just here to convey the message. The person who holds the order has to arrive at the Star-Seizing Sect within 10 days. Otherwise, it will be invalid. He handed the Star Order to Mo Ching. Mo Ching reached out to take it and looked at the Star Order. Two tiny words were written on it. Xiao Qi. She heaved a sigh of relief. After she saw the Star Command, besides feeling delighted, she started to worry about the gains and losses, and she was deeply afraid that she'd made a mistake. Even though she knew that the probability of her making a mistake was extremely small, she still couldn't help but be worried because the Star Command was too important. Chuli chuckled. Monk Wu Ming pretended not to hear him. He pressed his palms together and bowed to Mo Ching. I've handed the Star Order to the Peak Master, and I've completed my task. Farewell. Master, please have some tea before you leave, Mo Ching said politely. Monk Wu Ming shook his head. I still have matters to attend to, so I can't stay any longer. Peak Master Mo, farewell. Master Ding Ru, farewell. Chuli smiled and said, Master Wu Ming, you've really put in a lot of effort. It must be Ms. Zhou's idea. Monk Wu Ming smiled without saying a word. He pressed his palms together and glided away. Chuli chuckled. Master Wu Ming, why are you in such a hurry to leave? He took a step in front of Monk Wu Ming and blocked his way. Monk Wu Ming turned to another direction, but was stopped by Chuli again. Monk Wu Ming stopped and said slowly, Master Ding Ru, you're determined to cause trouble for me. Chuli said, You're scheming against my wife. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch? I didn't expect Master Ding Ru to arrive so early, Monk Wu Ming said slowly. He did not quibble. It was the Star-Seizing Sect who sent the order. A straightforward person would not resort to insinuations. Moreover, he was an eminent monk after all. So how could he lie? Chuli smiled. I knew Miss Zhou wouldn't let this go, but I didn't expect her to be so impatient and so crude. I'm quite disappointed. It must be Miss Zhou Mei's idea. Monk Wu Ming was silent. Chuli knew that he had guessed correctly. He shook his head and smiled. Go back and thank her for her kindness. My wife will politely decline. All right. Monk Wu Ming nodded slowly. Chuli stepped aside to make way. Monk Wu Ming glided away. Mo Qing was baffled and looked at Chuli in shock. Chuli sighed. This is a trap. Although Zhou Mei's technique was crude, it was powerful. How many people in the world could resist the call of the star-seizing sect, resist the divination of heavenly secrets, and the temptation to look down on all living beings in the world? Looking at Mo Qing's expression, it was obvious that the great temptation of the Star Order had caused Mo Qing, the peak leader, to lose her composure. What trap? Mo Qing was even more surprised. Chu Li said, they're trying to lure my wife out of the small world and capture her to threaten me. The star-seizing sect. Mo Qing was dubious. She knew that Chu Li would not lie, but was it possible that he was mistaken? The star-seizing sect was famous for being aloof and independent. They did not get involved in the grudges of the secular sections. They were like gods looking down on the world from above and disdained to personally descend to the ground to fight for supremacy. Chuli nodded. Peak leader Mo, you don't think that the star-seizing sect is aloof from worldly affairs, do you? They also have emotions and grudges. It's just that they're at a higher level. With more powerful people pressuring them, they have to yield. Who? Mo Qing asked. Chuli said, the leader of the 12 factions of the demonic sect. Her surname is Zhou. You can call her Miss Zhou. Mo Qing frowned and became even more confused. Chuli shook his head helplessly and explained the general situation of the world. Mo Qing's expression kept changing as she listened. She felt that the Mist Peak was lagging behind. It was as if it did not know about these important matters. It was as if they did not have eyes and ears. It was impossible to seal the mountain and cultivate diligently. They're so powerful. If they wanted to capture Xiao Qi, they could have just barged in and caught her. Mo Qing said, why waste so much effort? Chuli chuckled. The devil sect is hiding their claws and teeth. They don't want to expose themselves. There were only 11 of the 12 devil sects left. They were all hiding in the dark to avoid him. Naturally, they would not make a move at this time and expose themselves. They were probably also guarding against him using the Mist Peak as bait. He actually had such a plan to lure the masters of the devil sect. Unfortunately, Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang were very smart. They did not use the hard way. Instead, they used the soft way and threw out a bait to tempt Mo Qing. Mo Qing nodded slowly. What a pity. Chuli said, they won't give up so easily. They still have other tricks up their sleeves. Peak leader, you should be careful. Of course, Mo Qing said, but only I can open the small world. They won't be able to capture Xiao Qi. Chuli nodded. The small world was very mysterious. He really wanted to go in and have a look, but he knew that it was impossible. This was the core secret of the Mist Peak. How could he let outsiders know? You're here. With a light laugh, Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang appeared in front of them. P.S. Update complete. Chapter 2863. Chuli looked at the two ladies. They were still dressed in snow-white clothes, as if they were above the mortal world. Their smiles were like two blooming flowers. Even the cold Zhou Shuang had a smile on her face, as if she was happy to see him. This made Chuli even more cautious. He asked, do the two ladies know that I'm here? Most likely. Zhou Mei scoffed and said in disdain, I can guess it right away. You're a sentimental person. She hated men's fickleness and disliked Chuli to the core. It was ironic that a monk had 3 beauties. Moreover, this monk had a profound dermic base. It was a joke that he could cultivate such a profound dermic base with an impure mind. This made her even more disdainful of the dermic base and monks. She felt that they were hypocrites and were not even comparable to the devil's doctrine. Although they did whatever they wanted and were willful, they were real and unpretentious. The two ladies still dare to come over? Chu Li looked at them and observed them with his clairvoyance. The two ladies had sharp senses and immediately felt that Chu Li's gaze was strange. Zhou Shuang frowned and said, "Don't waste your time." Chu Li frowned and nodded. The two women's bodies were shrouded in a hazy white light, which blocked his prying eyes. His cultivation level was peerless, especially with his eye of insight. The treasures on them could no longer block him, which was why he could pry into the sword manipulation heart technique. Now it was blocked again. It was obvious that they had more powerful treasures. This was the scary part about Miss Zhou. She had a deep foundation and an endless supply of treasures. Moreover, each one was more powerful than the last. It made people feel hopeless and unable to make an enemy out of her. Zhou Mei scoffed. "You want to see through us now?" "No way," Chu Li said. "The two ladies are here to deal with me." "That's right," Zhou Mei scoffed. "You think you're invincible?" "Humph. Lady Xiao has ways to deal with you." Chu Li smiled. "I thought Miss Zhou was going to do it herself." "You're not qualified for Lady Xiao to do it." Zhou Mei gave him a sidelong glance. "If you really think you're invincible, take a look at this." As she spoke, she took out a small purple gold bowl from her sleeve. The small bowl was round and the size of a fist. It glowed with a purplish golden light, and the image of an old monk was vaguely engraved on it. Chu Li's eyesight was extraordinary. Although the pattern was blurry and indistinct, it could not escape his eyes. An old monk dressed in a monk's robe and straw sandals walked forward with difficulty in the wind and snow. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His face was full of deep wrinkles, but he looked calm and composed. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He could feel a strange energy permeating from the purple gold alms bowl. This strange energy was not internal energy, nor was it spiritual energy, but it was melting his cultivation, like snow being poured over boiling water. Chu Li instinctively wanted to leave. Zhou Shuang uttered "Xiao Qi." Chu Li glanced at Zhou Shuang and smiled. "What a powerful treasure. I wonder what it is." Zhou Mei said proudly, "Summer bowl." Chu Li asked, "This is a Buddhist treasure, right?" Zhou Mei snorted. "Of course it's a Buddhist treasure." Zhou Shuang smiled faintly. "I'm sure you figured out how amazing this treasure is. It can erase the cultivation of a Buddhist disciple." Chu Li frowned. "Why would a Buddhist treasure harm a Buddhist disciple? It's useless." Zhou Mei rolled her eyes and scoffed. "It's useless to stall for time. The longer you stall, the faster your cultivation will disappear. Don't think there's anything that can restrain it. You can try channeling." Chu Li felt that something was wrong, so he stopped channeling and shook his head. "Why would a Summer bowl erase a Buddhist disciple's cultivation?" "Because this high monk thinks that martial arts is the source of hindering the Buddhist base." Zhou Shuang said, "As long as one cultivates martial arts, one will have self-obsession, a heart of right and wrong, and a competitive heart. To achieve peace and liberation, the only way is to get rid of martial arts." Chu Li pondered, then shook his head. "This master is much more powerful than you." Zhou Mei scoffed. Chu Li asked, "Which master?" "The one from the upper heaven." Zhou Mei pointed at the sky. Chu Li frowned. "Have you been to the upper heaven?" "Of course." Zhou Mei nodded proudly. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. Zhou Mei scoffed. "Why, you don't believe me?" Chu Li said. "There's a boundary between each heaven, and you can't travel freely. That's for normal people, but it's not a problem for Lady Xiao." Zhou Mei puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Lady Xiao's abilities are beyond your imagination. You've always been stubborn and went against Lady Xiao. You're simply arrogant and courting death." Chu Li smiled and said nothing. Zhou Shuang waved her hand. "There's no point in talking. At this point, are you still going to put up a resistance?" Chu Li turned to look at Mo Qing. "Peak leader Mo, these two ladies are the maids of the devil sex leader." Mo Qing nodded. "You three are Peak leader Mo. We're here to deliver the secret manual." Zhou Shuang's cold face broke into a smile. She took out a small jade box and handed it to Mo Qing. "This is the purple sun power." Mo Qing did not accept it. She smiled. "I don't deserve it. Do you have any requests?" "Xiao Qi," Zhou Shuang said. "Please follow us to the star-seizing sect." "Impossible." Mo Qing shook her head. Xiao Qi is cultivating in isolation in the small world. She can't leave. Zhou Shuang said, Peak Leader Mo, why don't you take a look at the purple sun power before you decide? Mo Qing shook her head. I can't push my disciples into the fire pit, no matter how great the benefits are. The purple sun power is the antique study of the purple sun sect. It's a divine technique from the upper heaven. Zhou Shuang smiled. The basic technique of the purple sun sect from the upper heaven is the mist power. Mo Qing frowned at her. As the peak leader of the mist peak, she naturally knew about the purple sun sect. She knew that the mist power was the antique study of the purple sun sect, but she did not know that the more profound martial art was the purple sun power. Chuli smiled. There must be conditions to cultivate the purple sun power? Zhou Shuang looked at him and nodded. You need to perfect the mist power to cultivate it. Chuli laughed. It's not easy to perfect the mist power, right? Zhou Shuang said, it's difficult for ordinary people, but it's not difficult for geniuses. Am I right, Peak Leader Mo? Mo Qing shook her head. The mist power is already very difficult to cultivate. It's not good to bite off more than you can chew. The purple sun power can be compared with the mist power to deepen the understanding of the mist power. Even if you don't cultivate it, there are endless benefits. Zhou Shuang said, it can greatly improve the disciple's cultivation level. Mo Qing nodded. That's true. Zhou Mei quickly said, we're not bringing Xiao Qi to harm her. We're bringing her to cultivate more profound martial arts so that she can serve Lady Xiao. We're giving her a wider world. It's good for her. Chuli chuckled. Zhou Mei glanced at him and scoffed. What are you laughing at? That's the biggest joke in the world. Chuli laughed. You make it sound so dignified. Miss Zhou Mei, don't you think you're being hypocritical? Don't you hate hypocrites? I'm telling the truth. Zhou Mei said loudly. Chapter 2864. Mo Qing did not say anything. She was thinking about the Purple Sun sect. She yearned for the Purple Sun sect and had always wanted to ascend to the first heaven to join the sect. In the sect's ancient books, the disciples of the Purple Sun power were all outstanding and had a high cultivation level. Chuli saw through Mo Qing's thoughts and smiled. Ladies, according to what I know, the people who go up to the first heaven don't practice martial arts, right? Who said that? Zhou Mei looked at him with a look of disdain. Chuli smiled. I heard that the people of the first heaven are peaceful and friendly. They don't fight or practice martial arts. Then where did the martial arts of our world come from? Zhou Mei curled her red lips and sneered. The mist power and the 5 major halls are all the martial arts of the first heaven. Chuli said, that might not be the first heaven. Then which heaven do you think it is? Zhou Mei scoffed. Chuli said, is it the first heaven? Zhou Mei frowned and stared at him. Zhou Shuang said, Master Dingru is really knowledgeable. I'm impressed. The first heaven. Chuli shook his head. How many people can ascend to the first heaven? If one doesn't practice martial arts in the first heaven, how can they ascend to the first heaven? There's a way to ascend, Zhou Shuang said. Master Dingru will know when you go up. Mo Qing took a deep breath and slowly shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but forget about the purple sun power. She struggled internally. On one hand, it was the purple sun power. With it as a reference, it would be easier for the disciples to understand the mist power and their strength would increase greatly. On the other hand, it was Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi was a genius that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. As long as she grew up normally, she would eventually become a top master of the Mist Peak. She could compete with the top masters in the world and bring glory to the Mist Peak. Such a talent could not be exchanged for a secret manual. It could lead the entire sect to prosperity. In the end, she chose Xiao Qi and gave up the purple sun power. Zhou Mei's eyes widened. You really don't want the purple sun power? Mo Qing said, exchanging secret manuals with Mist Peak's disciples is something I can't do, and it's not the style of Mist Peak. Good. Zhou Mei revealed an admiring expression and said, although your choice was wrong and you missed a great opportunity, it is still very admirable. You're not a good peak lord, but you are a good person. Mo Qing smiled. In today's world, good people are never rewarded. Since peak leader Mo already knows, why do you still want to be a good person? Zhou Shuang asked. You're at a disadvantage this way. No matter how powerful Xiao Qi is, or how good her natural endowments are, she can't compare to the purple sun power. Mo Qing shook her head and said, I can't get over it. Sacrificing the two of you to raise the level of Mist Peak is also a great contribution, Zhou Shuang said. Mo Qing smiled bitterly and said, maybe I'm more focused on myself and can't sacrifice myself for the sect. Chu Li clapped his hands and said, Peak Leader Mo, thank you very much. He turned to Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang and smiled. Ladies, what else can we do now? Are we going to force Peak Leader Mo to take back my wife? So what? Zhou Mei scoffed. If the soft approach doesn't work, we can only use the hard way. It's fine if Peak Leader Mo can block it, but if he can't blame anyone else. Meng Dingru, you can't do anything. Chu Li smiled. That might not be the case. The next moment, he appeared in front of Zhou Shuang in a flash, grabbed the jade box, and appeared 100 meters away in a flash. Impossible. Zhou Mei and Zhou Shuang widened their eyes. With the summer bowl, Meng Dingru could not use his inner energy. Once he did, he would lose all his inner energy and pose no threat to them. Therefore, they did not guard against Chu Li and were very confident in the Summer Bowl's power. They did not expect Chu Li to be able to shift the void and move so quickly. Chu Li smiled, and his inner energy had already dissipated. He looked down at the jade box and frowned. Don't tell me there's another mechanism? Dingru, you're courting death. Zhou Mei gritted her teeth and glared at him. Chu Li smiled. I'll kindly accept the purple sun power as a gift for my wife. As for the two ladies, you should go back to where you came from. I don't want to destroy flowers like you. Zhou Mei sneered. All right, you could try. Let's see if you can do anything to us. Until now, she still believed that the Sumeru Bowl could restrain Chu Li. No matter how powerful one's inner energy or cultivation level was, it would be useless against the Sumeru Bowl. Moreover, the more powerful one was, the harder it could restrain them. Chu Li shook his head. It can erase inner energy, but it can't erase divine power. It can't erase divine power. You only have the heaven's eye, Zhou Mei said. How is that possible? This is God's limbs. Chu Li smiled and nodded. All right, Zhou Mei said hatefully. We didn't lose for nothing. However, so what if you have God's limbs? At most, we can only run away. We're going to fight Peak Leader Mo. You can only be anxious and can't do anything to us. Chu Li said, I can try. The next moment, he appeared behind Zhou Mei and gently pressed his palm forward. Zhou Mei hurriedly reached out with her palm. Although God's limbs was fast, Zhou Mei's body movement technique was not bad either. She was prepared and could block Chu Li's palm. Bang! Just as Chu Li's right palm was about to collide with Zhou Mei's body suddenly swayed, and she took a step back. An invisible force hit her. Her body emitted a milky white light, and she only took a step back. This force was the God-punishing Thundersword. Chu Li secretly sighed in relief. He was just guessing. He felt that since the Sumeru Bowl could erase inner energy, it could not erase spiritual force. Otherwise, it would be invincible. Every treasure had a weakness. It was impossible to be perfect and invincible. Zhou Shuang gently pushed out her palm. Chu Li did not move. The God-punishing thunder sword shot out. Bang! Zhou Shuang's right palm collided with the God-punishing thunder sword. Her body flashed, and she took a step back. Chu Li smiled. Ladies, how was it? Is this still divine power? Zhou Mei scoffed and retracted her palm. Even with the Sumeru Bowl, she still could not take him down. This made Zhou Mei, who was full of confidence and had been looking forward to it, very disappointed. She no longer wanted to fight him. Chu Li said, You can say that. The Great Mercy Temple really has a lot of divine powers. Next time, we'll use one that specializes in restraining divine powers. Zhou Mei scoffed. Don't be too proud of yourself. Chu Li smiled. I want to try. Zhou Shuang looked at Mo Qing deeply and then at Chu Li. Master Dingru, we'll meet again. The two women disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there. Chu Li secretly sighed in relief. His gray cowl fluttered in the wind. Spiritual energy surged and quickly replenished his inner energy. He gently pressed the jade box and threw it into the air. Bang! White smoke rose with a dull sound. He waved his hand, and a thin booklet flew out of the white smoke and landed steadily in Chu Li's hand. He threw it again, and the booklet flew to Mo Qing. Mo Qing caught it in surprise. Chu Li smiled. Peak Leader Mo, take a look and see if this is the purple sun power. Mo Qing hesitated. She was very eager to see the purple sun power, but this was snatched by Chu Li. How could she accept such a valuable item? Chu Li smiled. Peak Leader Mo, we're not strangers. The purple sun power is useless to me. All right. Mo Qing stopped being polite and slowly said, thank you. She made a mental note to repay this great kindness in the future. Then, she slowly flipped open the booklet. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.